afternoon, Virgin Islanders, St. John, St. Thomas, St. Croix, the mainland, and all over the world, because you know they're all over the world. Some retirees enjoying their life, some put in service with the government of the United States, but wishing everyone a blessed Thanksgiving tomorrow. Enjoy it. Don't overeat to cause any complications. Remember, it's just another day to, yes, give thanks for life, give thanks for friends, give thanks for family. Okay, folks, the number here in the studio when you would like to join in, make a comment, whatever, 340-773-0390 or 340-773-0390. Okay. We are expecting Miss Deborah Christopher today, who is going to be coming to give the update, the report, the results of the GESC elections that took place last week. So we will be looking forward to her visit. In the meantime, I would like to share with you my report on my visit last week to St. Thomas with all the different public schools. As a member of the Board of Education, I traveled with the Committee on Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment to St. Thomas. On Tuesday morning, we returned on Friday afternoon. And in the interim of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we visit every single public school facility in St. Thomas and St. John, except one, and that was because of an unexpected occurrence of the bomb threat when we were scheduled to go to Lockhart School. And also, it was um, compounded with absences, and I don't know if it was because of, that was the day of the Soca cruise, they call it. I don't know if that was the reason, but there were 29 educators absent on that day. So, it's a combination of, yes, there was a bomb threat, and yes, that was the day of the Soca cruise. But nonetheless, to let you in on the condition of uh, schools in St. Thomas, St. John district. But before I do that, because I am a retiree of the Virgin Islands government, enjoying the pension that I worked for, that is now provided me by the government employees retirement system, the GERS. And I want to say kudos to the GRS on that arrangement that they made with that hotel that now sits in the mall. Well, I just of Havenside, yes, the Havenside Mall, the Hamilton Hotel. Folks, it is awesome, and I am going to, on my own, personally uh, promote and suggest that anyone from St. Croix or anyone with listening to my voice, wherever you may happen to be in this world, and you are visiting St. Thomas, please support the Hamilton Hotel in the Havenside Mall, because naturally you would be indirectly supporting the GERS. And I stand to say that I don't believe you will be disappointed. The hotel is, the environment is beautiful. The rooms are comfortable. Um, they are, well, I think done with definitely with the client in mind. And I say that because of certain little things that occurred, I saw in this hotel that I thought didn't see anywhere else. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome. Hello. You're on the air. Hello. I guess you don't want to talk. Okay. So continuing on, as I was saying, that hotel is absolutely awesome. And let me point out to you that it is reasonable and it has a breakfast is included in the room cost. Okay. And folks, it's not no little mini breakfast. You have a situation where you can make your own um, well, why am I going through all these senior moments today? Well, let's put it this way. There is everything. There's fruits, there's muffins, there's juice, there's coffee, there's oats, there's yogurt, and you know, there's regular fruit, fresh fruit, and there's also um, actual fruit that you can walk away with. Good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Oh, okay. This is Mary Moore.
Speaking. Yes. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Um, I heard you speaking about the investment. Well, first of all, we seniors have to help each other. And was the word you were looking for amenities? No?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right. That might, people do it to me all the time. So I'm glad to
Yes.
be able to say that. Now,
And
regarding
particularly
the
if you don't let me interrupt, don't lose your thought. But one that particularly struck me was in the bathroom in the room. There's a night light. There's a automatic night light, and that struck me because when I stay in hotels, I sometimes leave the light on in the bathroom and just crack the door because when you get up in the middle of the night, the place is so dark.
yeah,
Eh? And I
yeah,
thought,
yeah.
I thought how considerate that they really thought of everything. Yeah. Go ahead.
That is that is beautiful. But just it tickles my mind. Did the Carambola investment for GERS did that actually work and pay back?
Yes,
Because
yes. As far as yes, that was settled. The GRS got their as according to the report, they felt they got their investment back where that was concerned. Yeah, but that's totally
okay,
out. That's totally out from them now.
I know they need to be because I think hotel and travel business, restaurants and so forth is considered risky investment. But I understand what you're saying. It's good for us to support our own economy,
Yeah,
which is tourism.
yeah. And you
But
see,
but those
the hotel does not belong to GRS, but it is on GRS
that's
property
interesting.
in the Haven site. So they're collecting, and that is why, as long as we support the hotel and keep them profitable, then we know that GRS will get what is due them.
Okay, I see. But still, it's kind of risky. And if people on the GRS board could, I mean, set aside a fund for maybe like local investing, but then more importantly, make sure that a good half of um the whatever you call them, their money, their assets are in fact invested in more stable things like
Uh,
gold.
are
That
you saying
never
that the
goes.
retirees should take a percentage of the annuity and do their own investment?
some retirement systems are set up like that.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I'm saying since GERS handles the investment, then they have to be careful not to invest in too many businesses because businesses are always risky.
Oh,
But
yeah.
utilities, things like utilities, like water, gas, in precious minerals, those prices never ever go down. So that's a long term investment that will always grow. And I gotta run, so I'm gonna listen to you.
No problem. Thanks for calling in. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
You too. God bless. Bye
All
bye.
right. Bye. Yes, folks. So as I was saying, there is a awesome complimentary breakfast that goes along with your stay at the Hamilton Hotel. Okay. And as I'm pointing out and making sure that it is clear, the hotel is no way owned by GERS. It's just that it is paying for the position on the property that is on there at the Haven Site Mall. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Good afternoon.
I saw the food court Mountain you yesterday.
Oh yeah, what kind of good about that?
I told Mario that because of your involvement with the Board of Education, that you probably he would have to sit in for you on Wednesdays back to back.
Oh
Instead
well.
of work. He
Yeah.
didn't mind doing it, but I also went sorry of his father and to tell him, I'm sorry. In the field of education and instruction, you're going to become more busier because with the new administration that will be coming, we have put your neighbor to be the commissioner.
And I sure Mario tell you nothing talk got some meaning that.
Well, what he did say is that he tapped me for saying it, and he said, you're well qualified and do it. And I added, for me, you'll do a better job than a lot of them that's been there. But he said he don't want the one and only sister in the politics.
Thank you much. I'm enjoying my retirement. I am on the board of education because I am upset with the state of education in the Virgin Islands, and I thought if I can do a part and have a part in bringing about some kind of a change, upgrade, improvement by being a member of the board, well, I trying a thing, but I'm realizing, and you're giving me the opportunity to make it public, that there is a significant change needed in the membership of the board in order for there to be anything different happening, because it is the attitude of the majority of the members. And as a matter of fact, it's not just the board of education. I see the same thing on the board of election, and I'm using this opportunity to beg, to plead, to ask the community, the listening community, to look around, because next year there are positions that will be available on both those boards. And please, don't re-elect the same people. Change, and I know naturally, but in order for change, the membership to change, we first need eligible candidates. So I am asking those of you who are out there, and I am pleading directly to retirees and independent business people. Let me repeat that. Independent business people and retirees. I have been on this board of education and observed the board of election long enough to know and I challenge anybody to contradict me, that by putting government employees on these boards, you are stymieing the operation of the boards,
Yeah.
because the board then is at the behest of those people's schedule and availability.
Mm-hmm.
And that shouldn't be, because while it hasn't been seen that way, these two boards are of maximum importance to the operation of the Virgin Islands government. And
Of course.
I really hope that there will be candidates. We got 8,000 government retirees. Blasted, we got to be able out of that to find, and as I said, independent business people, because those are those people who make their own schedule and are committed to their own business. And I say
Right.
that because, in addition to the government employees having to, well, balance the time between the job and what the supervisor will allow them to do outside of the job, there's also the whole thing of the commitment and the obligation felt to the administration who's in charge of that government job.
Right. But you're so correct because I continue to hear the foolish utterances of why the same people got to be re-elected and recirculated and re-this, re-that. We ain't got nobody else. What foolishness you're telling me you got nobody else? There is a wealth of educated people, and when I say educated, I'm not necessarily talking about double masters and
Yeah.
PhDs. There are
And
a lot of people walking the street very educated.
And let me point out that the only education that you need is that you can read and comprehend, because
Okay.
both these boards involve reading and comprehending what you read to then be able to assess, evaluate, and make decisions. It don't need a BS, a MA, or a DR, or a PhD.
Okay.
It don't need none of them. And don't let nobody tell you it need any of them. It does not. Okay?
True. Well, I'm glad you always echo that because, it's really disheartening. I mean, okay, I just like to use myself as an example. A lot of people don't know that I don't have no degree because I tell them so. It's like that. You've been in Papa, you've been in this, are you in your degree? Who say you have to have a degree to be in this position? Let me tell you something. There's a thing called experience teaches wisdom. So much so that experience trumps a degree. When I was in WAPA, I had electrical engineers, white men with master's degree, electrical engineering working under me, who did not have a degree, but had a wealth of experience that trumped that degree they had. Because I know the same for even like them, but they could not do the physical and get up and pull through as wire. I could do both. No, but that we got to be very careful with underestimated people. The only other thing with these boards that I see, Peggy, the people that are rushing to go on them should say to themselves, why am I going on
Virgin Islands that back in the day, when I was on the board of elections in the 80s, the stipend was only $25. And we said, we had that man will tell you that she's still alive. That's how she was going to be running behind me to put up the $25.
Well,
They got four spent $1,500 on Ruth Bell David and them on.
well,
The money there.
I thank you for putting me in this direction. I'm going to ask that you do a turn around and come back because I want to accommodate to see if this line one maybe is a possible candidate for one of these boards.
Good. Well, then go. I'll come back.
Thank you. Good. What is this? I come to Bridgewan and you done gone? Okay. Folks, 773-0390, 773-0490. And I will repeat because the caller gave me the opportunity to mention that it was not my intent to think today, but I will repeat that yes, I do encourage people to run for the Board of Education and the Board of Election. There is no degree necessary. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. I just wanted to let you know that you won me over with your cell phone.
Exactly how?
Well, so as I was saying, so we think about this many times, and I've was saying that it can be handled responsibly if the teachers and the administration work together. And whenever the children misuse the cell phones, that bring them out at inappropriate times when the teacher doesn't want them to, that they will confiscate the cell phones and then either give them back at the end of the day or require the parents to come in to get the cell phones. And this, the parents have to come in to get the cell phones. They're going to make sure their child doesn't use the cell phone inappropriately so they don't have to do this. So this is an easy way. And other schools have done it in the States and have done it successfully. But the thing is, it has to take the cooperation and the backbone of the administration. And I'm not too sure if we're there yet in the Virgin Islands. And that's why I'm now kind of thinking that, what you're, at least for now, what you're saying, a total ban, might be the thing that is necessary until we as a community, at least in the education department, can have the backbone to implement something like this where, as I said, if the board already says that the students are not supposed to have it out unless the teacher approves of it. And but it's the thing for the administrations to back the teachers whenever these things happen. And as I said, to confiscate the phones at times when the child apparently is not going to cooperate, and let the parent come in so you could have a discussion with the parent. But even if, the parent eventually is going to get tired of having to come in with the phone, and they will get their child in order. But it takes an administration putting their foot down and backing this.
Well, it takes a putting a foot down with the administration too. And I must tell you that it is not a majority of our school and public school administrators who have the courage to take a stand. They have the capacity, they have the jurisdiction, but they don't take the stand. And I really, it's a problem I have because I recognize, or those that I have known even before they got to that position, that they were not people who would take stand. And I many times wonder in this interview process of the going to the promotion, if the people who are in charge of making the selection, why don't they acknowledge that? But then I always go back to the point that they don't because it benefits them. In other words, when you have an administrator who is not one that has the courage to take a stand, then you, their supervisor, can take advantage of that.
Right. And that's the thing. I think with the administration and everybody, they're looking for the weakest point, not
Yes.
what is the right thing to do for the children, because the
Yeah.
children do need to learn how to
Yeah.
deal with a cell phone responsibly, because eventually they're going to graduate and they're going to be in the workplace. And if they don't know how to, when it's appropriate to use their cell phone and when it's not, they're going to have problems in the workplace. So this is something that they need to learn. But as you point out, it seems like what's happening is that administrators are looking for the weakest point.
It's been
They're afraid of the parents and the pushback they're going to get from them, and they find it easier to go against the teachers, because the teacher union, as we know, is rather in turmoil and ineffective. Back in your days, they had a stronger teacher union. Now, yeah, I mean, look at the news, look at the headlines. The
well,
teachers union is in turmoil.
but they miss a important point here, that we had. We knew that they are just ignore, and that is, in my experience, I have learned over the years that children don't have a problem with discipline, with rules. What they have a problem with is the inconsistent application of the rules. Okay,
Yeah,
if you're consistent, they have no problem following the rules.
yeah,
But what has been developing is that we have more and more educators who, in order to be popular, because popularity is important to them, to have the children demonstrate that they like them, they try to be
yeah,
friends instead of being mentors, instead of being leaders,
yes,
instead of being exam. And that's when they create the problem. And the children see right through them. And as far as they're concerned, they're fakes. Okay, they're
yeah,
not for real. So that is
yeah,
what we have now. That what is the majority now? When in my time the majority was of the other kind. Okay,
yeah,
we were the ones that stuck to the discipline and even backed up each other, because I recall that, as a English classroom teacher, or a subject matter teacher, if we had problems with a student on a daily basis, just being harassed, we told the gym teacher, and that
yeah,
student would definitely get a workout when they go to gym.
yeah. Yeah, and that's how it should be. It's the community as a whole telling the children, this is what we expect from you. This is what you need to do to be
Yeah,
a productive member of the
yeah,
community that you're going to eventually. You'll kind of join, but you're going
yeah.
to join fully when you become an adult. And we need you to be able to function well in the community.
And
And that's,
And
and
if you're
everybody,
consistent with that message to that student and every other student that they will observe you interacting with, you will have no problem. You will
right,
get all the respect from that's those students.
right. And that's the thing. And the thing about it too is the children need parents, they need teachers, they need administrators more than they need friends. They have each other to be friends with.
Yeah,
There's 100 or more choices they have in a school to be friends.
yeah,
They don't have as many choices for parents and for administrators and teachers. So if you're busy being their friend and not being the parent or the administrator or the teacher,
yeah,
what's going to happen?
yeah.
That role and the thing that brings to the child is missing. And that's why I told my children as growing up, it's like, I was like, you don't need me as a friend. You need me to be your parent.
Yeah.
You have many other choices for friends. I can be friendly with my children, but I'm not going to be grumpy or whatever. But I am not your friend. My role is to be your parent. If I don't be your parent, who's going to do it?
I want
And
to
that's the
share.
thing.
Let me share with you and the listening audience experience that I had at Charlotte and Manley High School with a class that I observed. Um, I thought the teacher was definitely capable in how she handled the cell phone situation. She has the the seal, the individual plastic seal bags, the like
Yeah.
baggies, like the you know, kind of like the sandwich bags, and
Right.
she has one for each student, and the bag is labeled with the student name. So what happens is when they come in, they put their phone in the plastic bag that is labeled with the name, and then she takes all the plastic bags, the individual bag, and put them all in a big plastic container that she then secures up on top a bookshelf that she has in the room, and they stay there until, you know, like a few minutes before the end of class. Then she takes it down, and the children then, you know, she distributes them the bag to the according to their name, so everybody
Yeah.
gets their phone back at the end of the period. And I thought that was a great, you know, I saw nobody being resistant in any way. There's no confusion because, you know, your name is on the bag. And I asked her, she said she has, you know, bags for each class because, you know, she has more than one class. So it works fine. And I thought to
Well,
myself, that is a system.
they do similar things in the States. And in fact, they have some where the bag itself is like blocks the signal. So, but those are expensive. Those,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh yeah.
yeah,
No, and
yeah,
that is so this, but this is different. And
right, right, yeah, I know.
she puts it in an area one you don't ease can't easily go and grab it, and
Yeah,
where if anybody
here's the
goes to that
here's the
section,
problem with that.
and if a
So
student look
the
to go to
students
that,
catch on, and what they're doing in the States about them, they bring in or two phones, an old phone that doesn't work and a working phone. They give the teacher the old phone that doesn't work, and they keep the working phone.
well,
So there's some issues with that too, and in the end, again, it comes right back to the administration backing up the teachers, because when a child does something like this, you need to confiscate the phone.
and
So in the end, it comes right back to administrators being adults, putting on their big boy and girl pants, and facing the teachers and the parents, and holding fast to some reasonable policy. And this is the thing that we seem to be lacking, and it hurts us in multiple areas, including this cell phone. The adults in the community have to, and that's the thing too. Somehow they don't
well,
remember what
I
children were like what they were like.
I
Like
don't
all of a sudden, children don't lie. All of a sudden,
well
children don't misunderstand things. All of a sudden,
I
children
have
know.
to push back though on what you said about them bringing two phones in order to fool and give the phone that doesn't work, because that is not necessarily something that would happen on a large scale, because believe it or not, the majority of our children want to learn. Okay, and
Right.
so they're not going to try to circumvent you know, a policy
Yeah,
or a practice
but
that
there's
you're
going to be
doing.
enough of them to be a problem. That's what I'm saying. So I don't know whether the percentage is or not, but there will be enough to still cause a problem in the
Not
school.
and
So
that
in the end,
again, I gotta push back again, because that again depends on the teacher. When you have a teacher, again, as I said, that the children will identify as serious, as committed, as, you know, dealing with them and their education, see, the children are fall in line. And you know, there might be one that tries them, but believe it or not, even if there was one, the others will jump on that one. It's a matter of the whole atmosphere and the attitude of the people that makes the difference.
yeah, I
Okay.
don't think that's still the case. It used to be,
And it is,
but it
it still is. I saw it. That's why I'm saying that. I just got
yeah,
through, as I said, with doing visits to every single except Lockhart Public School in the St. Thomas St. John district, and that situation still exists. It's not to the capacity that it used to be, but it exists.
yeah. find it here and there, but it's a lot. As you said, not to the capacity as it used to be. The current capacity, you will find a good bit of exceptions to what you're saying, and so that's what I'm saying. In the end, we as the adults in the community have to be the adults in the community and stop with this foolishness that all of a sudden children tell the truth all the time. That children are, and it's like, I don't remember that as a child. I don't remember, and I don't remember. It's like adults grow up and they forget what they used to do, and they forget how children tend to behave, and all of a sudden they having this thing that children, do right most of the time. And children, to me, as far as I can see, what they're supposed to do and what they're driven to do is push boundaries. That's where you get the new things.
And as I said, the part that you're missing, Carla, the part that you're missing is that depends on the person, the adult that they're dealing with.
Well, I would get into that.
But I gotta get you go. I got a call coming in. You're welcome to call back, but I gotta give this other person a chance. Thank you. Good. What is this? Why you all so rushing about that you can't wait for me to get to you? Anyway. 7730390, 7730490. And let me just finish off with the fact that yes, that Hamilton Airport in the Havenside Mall is definitely something that you all should try. Good afternoon and welcome.
Hello.
Yeah.
Peggy.
Yeah.
Yes, that was me.
Okay.
It's saying that I was in a rush. What happened? This line 0390. Within a couple of seconds, this foolish advertising thing come on about you got your code or some damn stupidness.
Oh.
It doesn't ring and ring and ring and ring. It rings for 3 times and then go into some nonsense.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I have to keep calling back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but I was glad that Mr. CC, or the physicist as Mario calls him, call it, because we dealt with the same subject yesterday. And I again invoked your name when on one of your programs I had informed you how we dealt with it here in the 2 cities where I live, West Palm Beach, Florida, and Houston, Texas. The phone, the cell phone business in school, in classes.
Mm-hmm.
And I mentioned that it started working well. You bring your phone, then they have some thing, you put your name on it, like a little stick-on thing. But if the plastic bag thing is there, with the names already on it, which you saw being used in St. Thomas as my alma mater, that's a very good feature and a very good way as well. And
Yeah.
anyway, if you put the phones in this thing at the start of the day, and at the end of the day, end of the class, you get them back.
Right.
Now, it has started working well, particularly for young black men who, for whatever reason, seems that their attention span was shorter than anybody else's. So, because of that, they didn't have that disruption of the cell phone, their grades went up. The concern and interest and everything went up. You know where the problem, where the failure was?
The parent.
For the parents and guardians. Parents and guardians complaining that they need to have their children on a phone in case of emergency, they could get a hold of them and they could call them whenever they want, as they were in class or not.
Yeah, but we need to know when to ignore the parent because let me point something out because here's where that argument falls short. If you're trying to reach a child, okay, you send a text. When that child gets the phone back at the end of the period, they will see the text on the phone with your message, whatever it was, and therefore you have no problem. There's nothing saying you have to reach the child immediately when you're trying to. You say you're getting up trying to get the message will be sent.
But
And
that's
all the
what,
administration needs to do is ignore that pushback from the parent.
okay, I'm coming to you. And I totally agree with everything you say. However, because of this foolishness from parents or guardians, the administration came in. So the children got any amount of phone now, they want to watch porn on all day.
Well,
So
that's it.
so,
The administration will have to blame themselves for that.
well, of course,
Okay.
but that's what I'm trying to say. So am I going to be an institution? Am I going to allow some parents with the foolishness to disrupt it?
Yeah.
That's the thing. And that's why I agree with FCC. We will have to prove that we are the adults. We need to set the tone, and don't, hey, I mean, to me, it's just so ludicrous. It's foolish. If you do this, hey, at not board of education, but at PTA meetings, this police, that's got to be the now. Got some of the parents that may understand. I have seen children begging their parents, mommy, stop, mommy, stop. The mother varieties of wild beast.
Yeah, but I have witnessed that and blamed the administration because I did the incident that I witnessed as I saw it, the first 2 seconds of your performance, I would have given a sign to my secretary, my receptionist, or whoever, because that is a code that should have been established in procedure, which then that person knows when I'm looking at them, that means call the police.
Okay then.
Okay? You don't in any way interact with the parent. You let them go on and as half crazy as they want to with the noise that they're making until the police come and remove them from the campus. But there are many instances you have administrators who are afraid to call police for parents. Why? I don't understand.
You don't understand it. I understand it because again, they'll say, you think anybody to bust my head when they get out of there?
Well,
If you're afraid, then don't go into this position.
exactly. And this is what I'm saying too. If you are afraid, you should not have been selected for the position. And there are occasions when the people who are making the choices know that. But as I said, they see that as an advantage for their control.
Right? But I'm going to go now, but let me
Yeah.
just finish it going.
Uh-huh.
Enough noise comes from some and all of the parents. Ducky was loud. Mother this, mother that. Oh, okay. Thank God.
All right. Good afternoon. Welcome. Hello. Oh dear, I thought I. Hello. Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon. I don't know what's happening here. But please do try and call back. It's something is happening with the signal. Okay. All right. Let me try it. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. So, what I was saying is at the end, I was saying that their nature and really their duty is to push boundaries. That's how we get new things in the world. And children did exactly what adults say. They would just repeat what adults have done, and we wouldn't have anything, no cell phones, no this or that. But it's adults' responsibility to set barriers and to try to hold them So the children are supposed to try to get away with stuff, but we are supposed to rein them in so that they don't hurt themselves and don't do negative things to themselves. And what you were talking about earlier with just a while ago with the other caller, a teacher explained to me how things work in the VI. A teacher does something in the classroom that the student doesn't like, and usually doesn't understand why the teacher is doing it. Usually there's a real sound, good reason, but the child's just too young to really know how things work. So they think the teacher is just being unfair.
But the teacher has a responsibility to explain their action.
Right, but even when you explain, a lot of times again they don't understand still. So the student goes home, complains to the parent. The parent gets on the phone and calls one of the senators. The senator gets on the phone, calls the Commissioner of Education. The Commissioner of Education gets on the phone, calls the principal. And the teacher and the principal calls the teacher into the office to explain why they did X, Y, and Z. And so basically, what we have in the VI is that the students are running the classrooms. And usually a lot of times the teacher, if they're not stubborn, they're just like, okay, it's better for me to just leave that alone and then just teach the children in the class that want to be taught. And that's what a lot of them do because they don't have the backing. Like in old days, they would have the backing of the union, and the union was strong. And so they had somebody to support them in the fight. Nowadays, it's usually just them alone, and only the stubborn ones continue to fight. Most of them are like, okay.
Hello, hold on. I have to push back on something. It's not them alone. As long as you are a member of the AFT Teachers Union, it is you and your contract. If you know your contract.
Right, but what I'm saying is back in the day.
Whether it's back in the day or now, because Mr. Caller, I was one, okay, back in the day, who had to fight my own battles. And that is why I'm saying if you know your contract, you have your contract, you don't have to depend on anyone else. You can fight your own fight with the support of your contract.
Would you say you're the average person? That the average person does the kind of stuff that you do?
Well, I would say that any person is supposed to have the understanding.
No, what people do.
Okay. All right. Let me put it this way. Every educator has comprehension of a contract.
Right, but it takes more than that. Determination, being a bit stubborn, having the endurance to go through the long haul. I would say most people, including most teachers, are not going to have that to do it on their own. That's why there is a teacher here. Because if teachers could do this on their own, they wouldn't need a union. They need a union because the average teacher is not going to have I'm not thinking about the right word, but the determination, to carry through this and go through the battle. Most of them will somewhere along the line say, why am I doing this? If nobody else wants this, nobody else is supporting this, why am I taking on this on my own? And most of them will drop it. Because they're like,
it would depend.
But the community doesn't seem to want it.
If it is for the betterment of the children, which is the reason that you're the educator, then you will do what is necessary. If you can,
only the ones that are real determined. The most people would look at this and see nobody appreciates what I'm doing. No, I shouldn't say nobody, but you know what I'm saying. A very few, a small percentage.
Okay.
Well, the
Let me
is telling me.
Caller, let me give you an example, a most recent example, okay, that I had to deal with. I am the guardian of my granddaughter because her mother left just recently, went to the States for the employment benefit. I went to deal with her. She's a 12th grader, and I went to look into her schedule for next semester because I had a meeting with the 12th grade counselor and the 12th grade administrator in discussing some adjustments that are necessary for her schedule next semester and that we agreed to, but they weren't going to be implemented because they said the changes for second semester were not scheduled to take place until November. When I told her to check in the middle of November, she said that the council told her that now they are going to deal with it in December. So I then, took my time and I had the time and I made a visit to the school to inquire as to what was happening, was the adjustments being made for her schedule. And I was told by the counselor, and it was repeated by the principal, that the changes were not going to be made because there's a directive from up top that says that every single student must take a class every single period. Okay. Now, just not just for you, but for the benefit of the listening audience, in our public schools today, on the high school level, students take 4 periods a day. Okay, that's the block schedule. But my granddaughter is taking what is the last of required course for graduation this semester, and that's her 12th grade English. Okay, and speech. Those are the two required courses that she had outstanding that she's taking presently, and she will be have completed all required courses and more because she already has 30 credits when the graduation requirement is 26. Okay, so her thing was next semester she would take a library science and then have that course that they call um, O, O, OT, OJT or whatever. It's on the job training situation. Okay. So, so what I was asking for was that then, she just have those two and then she would leave campus and go, hopefully, to the job, whatever it happened to be. Okay. So when they tell me about this directive, I said, but then she would not have the opportunity for work because what sense does it make to go to work after 3:30 in the afternoon? Okay.
She couldn't take like the two required classes, one elective, and then leave for the 4th period.
Well, what I'm telling you is that's the agreement we had back in August. But what I was told the last week or a couple weeks ago, because that was just before I went to St. Thomas, is that there's a directive from up top, and let me put up top in quotes, okay, that every student must take 4 subjects. So you must take a subject for each period of the day.
Right, but one I'm a little confused. The one I'm confused about is so she would take the 2 required, then take an elective 3rd period, and then wouldn't 4th period be the OJT course? And would that be a course?
No. Where it used to be, and it's been like that for years, is that usually the seniors, they leave at lunch, and they have the afternoon on the job or the apprenticeship or whatever the occasion.
It wouldn't be registered as a class being taken.
Yes, it's the on-the-job training is a class. It's a sign, it comes under a teacher. But the point is that what they're saying is she couldn't just take the 2 courses. She has to take 4. Okay, and it included intervention. Now, my granddaughter, I just went recently, not too long ago. There was the award ceremony because she's on the principal's honor roll, and I'm saying to them, why must she take intervention when she does not need it? And they're telling me, well, there is intervention for enhancement. And I said, and this I said to the principal, not to the counselor. I said, you have a shortage of teachers. You have a shortage of paras. You have a shortage of school monitors. You even have a shortage of rooms. Why, in God's name, if you have, say, 50 students, because there were quite a few children on principals on a row, seniors, why do you mandate they must stay on campus for you to supervise and take care of when they would have a legitimate reason that they can leave and be exploring other life possibilities? And his answer was, it's the directive from up top. So I didn't argue. When I asked for it in writing, I was told by the counselor and the principal, it does not exist in writing. So I didn't argue. I left it alone because I know that I was scheduled the very following week to go to St. Thomas, and I put it in my head that I would find out what was the policy for the St. Thomas High School. Well, I found out that St. Thomas High School continues as I know it to be. You're a senior as long as your credits are covered, as long as your GPA is satisfactory, as long as you can present the proof of what it is you will be doing for the afternoon session, you would be free to leave. So I then therefore contacted the superintendent of education in St. Croix. You know what I found out? That it is something made up by the school. The superintendent's office was on the same position as I am. The superintendent's office is promoting exploration of the students in apprenticeship or on the job training or whatever. So I am waiting for the superintendent's office to put out the written policy to be followed.
But it don't seem to matter because the Board of Education puts out a written policy on cell phones and, you know.
But here's the point I want to make, because I know of situations like these. And what happens is that if you know somebody, or if you are part of the administrative, political elite class, you can get what we must say, a special ordinance. Okay, but my thing is, everybody should have the same opportunities. So I went the direction to make sure that the change is going to happen for all those seniors who need to go out and do work, because a senior level is expensive, Paula. There are a cost, there are, expenses that are ridiculous. Starting with the cap and gown and going into all the different activities that the school plans for these children that sometimes are ridiculous.
And let's not even talk about prom.
Okay.
That's like a wedding.
Okay. Yeah. So, and I'm just pointing out, that we have people who don't think, they think of themselves and what they want to happen like a package deal, and don't consider the damage or the challenge that they're putting on the young person.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you definitely, if a child has it in their schedule to get some real life experience, even if they're going off to college or not, it's a good thing, because a lot of these children have no clue what real life is and what being on the job is.
Yeah.
And the ideas that they have are going to be problematic when they hit the job.
And
Again, there's a simple thing of cell phone use. They think it's okay to whip out their cell phones at any given time during the
Well, caller, even if it isn't a job that is in line with the career or whatever that they're
Right.
the
It's just
vocation that they're
experience.
choose to, the point is it is a job to help with the expenses of the senior year and the
Right.
expensive of whatever comes after graduation. Okay?
Right.
That
That's one
that
aspect, but the other aspect, that the other gain is just the job experience. Even if it's not the
yes,
job that you, I've worked many jobs, and I knew at the time I wasn't going to do this as for a career, but I gained more experience and understanding of how it is to behave and act
yeah,
on a job site, and also a number of other things that came, as skills that I learned that were transferable. And so yeah, it's a good experience for your child to have a job before while they're in high school. Of course, not one that takes up a bunch of time, so that they can't get their work done, but just a little broad time thing that gives them the exposure. Because especially nowadays, because a lot of these children have no clue what it is to be on a job site and to work for somebody. What they think is going to happen is so far from what has to happen. And so, yeah, so how can I just get a little job, while they're in school, and especially this, as you point out, you have a child that has, and a lot of students, if they're following the curriculum, most students will end up that way. I was like that
well,
when I was in 12th grade. I only needed English. English was really the only course I needed.
well,
All the others were just things that were going, and in fact, I went early admissions because
well,
of that.
I gave the example using my grandchild's publicly for several reasons. One is for people who are listening out there, because I know there are situations where people are told things, they accept it meekly and never look to check.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
to check if it is real, if it is right, if it whatever. And we're getting too sheepish as people, as a community, and I really don't like it. I see too many people accepting things that they should not accept. And even sometimes what it does is it cause sometimes it causes the emotional reaction with the child that is involved, because the children have attitude and they know that something is wrong. But if you have an adult that's not going to take a position take a stand, then it's like that you're just really putting the emotional stress on the child, and sometimes that strikes a note that will be permanent, and
yeah,
we don't realize it sometimes, you
yeah.
know.
And
And
then they also saw doubt in other adults. They thought thinking
exactly,
you're just doing like what the others are doing, but
exactly,
giving them wrong information and pushing them in areas
exactly,
that they don't really need to go.
yeah,
You know? So
exactly,
yeah,
yeah,
yeah, it's a problem. It
yeah.
definitely is a big, and we all end up paying a price for it. We all in the community end up paying a price for that kind of
Well,
stuff. Because,
we all have the capacity to take a stand regardless of our financial position, regardless of our academic credential. We all have the capacity to take a stand, and we need to more put ourselves to taking that stand when it's called for.
yeah, the crazy thing about it is we've gone to the digital age. All kinds of stuff is available online. But what I find is people know less than they knew in the past when it wasn't. So for me and my other classmates, we knew what was required. We kept track of our courses. We followed, and we knew what we had to take. Now that all that stuff is online, I find less people know, less students know, less parents know. And so they get pushed in all kinds of directions because they don't know that what is required, what is necessary. Even at the college, every year they used to give you a course catalog, and in that had all the rules and whatnot. The course catalog that you got when you came in, that was pretty much your contract with the university.
Well, caller, let me point out to you that that is something that you're supposed to do every for every ninth grade on high school. They're supposed to get a list of all the courses that are available at that school in order for them to make their choice, other than the required standard required courses, as to what interest, what they want. But what happens is, again, is the workers. I have seen that we have a situation where everyone is trying to do a cookie, a one size fit all thing. So we don't have individualized scheduling anymore, which is for the benefit of the student. We have just a mass scheduling, which makes it easier and is for the benefit of the administration of the school.
Yeah. When my children were in school, I was listening to you when you were telling me what you were going to and them telling you November and whatnot. I just waited to when they got their schedule in the beginning of the semester, knowing that I was going to have to go in and change the whole thing. Because they were giving my children classes that just didn't make sense. And so, and I knew what they wanted to do. I knew enough about education. So every semester, I would go in at the beginning of the semester and tell them, well, look, they need to be in this class, they need to be in that class.
Well,
and I would have to significantly change their
and this is for the benefit of a listening audience. Again, you can't wait till the beginning of the semester, because what happens then sometime is that the courses that or classes that the child may need or want are already full. So that is
Right.
why you have to do things ahead of that. That is why I was making sure from August to make
Right.
sure to make it known as to what changes we were expecting to be to
Yeah,
happen
definitely.
for January. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, but I just knew that if I did that, that I was eventually it would just like what would happen to push back, push back. So I knew that. And then the other thing too is the course, the students are what the good courses and the courses they need, and the good teachers, the students tend to run from them. So those classes, I never had any problem getting my children in. They always were spaced because the children were running away from them. And that's why I found that even as a student, it was the same thing. I found the good courses, the good teachers. I never had a problem getting into any of their classes because students were running from them because the good teachers gave you work. They gave you homework, they gave you exams, quizzes, and the students would hear this and hear that, oh, that's a hard teacher because they gave you that, and they would run from them. So I never had a trouble getting myself into a class when I was a student or my children into a class when they were students because there was always room. The children tend to run to classes where there's going to be bits of work done.
I hear you. Well,
Yeah. We really have to grow up as adults and do what we know we need to do. I know that it's going to make children unhappy initially. Because they don't understand the benefits of a lot of this stuff. They think we're just making it difficult on them just to make it difficult. They don't realize what they're going to gain from doing these things. And you can sit down there and explain it to them all, and they just don't have enough life experience to know that this stuff is going to be beneficial later on. And that's the same thing with my children. My children were pretty smart, pretty reasonable, but there were some things I was telling them they were not getting, didn't understand the benefits of it until much later, when if they hadn't done what I was telling them to do, it would have been too late by the time they understood, life and understood why this was beneficial. It just a lot of stuff just takes time and experience. There's no, so you could be as smart as you can be, but you just don't have all the pieces to understand why this is the better thing to do than something else. And I said, if you wait to when you can figure that out, a lot of times it's too late. You haven't. I tell people it's like waiting to learn martial arts in the middle of a mugging when you're getting mugged. That's not going to work. By that time now you understand the benefits of martial arts, but it's too late, and that's how life works. You have to learn to find adults who have more experience than you, who you can trust, and they will let you know things that no matter how smart you are, you're not going to be able to figure out on your own because you just haven't had enough life experience to understand why these things would make sense.
I hear you.
And if you wait to when you get that, it's going to be too late.
Okay, thank you. I gotta let you go. You can always
All
call
right,
back if you get someone else in. Thank you.
that's fine. That's cool. All right.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, Peggy, I heard you talking about a situation you had with your granddaughter, where some demo came from up top saying something. I mean, is that the way it used to be, or that's a change?
No, no, no. From when I was teaching, as a senior, as long as you had completed all your requirements and that you had the credits that were required for graduation, and your passing score was acceptable in your last semester of your senior year, if you got a job, or you maybe because some seniors used to need the community hours because they were short on that, so they would be going to do the community hours or whatever it was you needed to do, as long as you brought some documentation to prove that that is what you were doing, you would be allowed to leave school half day to go to that whatever it was,
Uh,
and
the
that
job training, yeah.
yeah, and the job training or program, because I said it might be that you were just trying to finish up those 100 required hours of community service. Yeah.
Mhm. Okay.
But
Really?
so
Go ahead.
but they were looking to change it, and then I found out afterwards that the whole thing was that they're requiring that because they're trying to somehow sneak in, fit in the required VI history mandate. And I said, but that is crazy. Okay.
Mm.
It's
Uh-huh.
crazy because and it is still baffling to me that seemingly educated educators, don't understand that when you have a mandate of a curriculum, the mandate begins with the entering ninth graders. It does not
Okay.
apply to the 10th, 11th, and 12th graders.
Okay.
So, for instance, this past summer was a requirement that the deadline for the VI history and basic Caribbean history requirements to take place on the high school level. Well, that applies to those who are now in ninth grade.
Okay.
That requirement is not for those who are in 10th, 11th, or 12th.
I see.
You can't retroactively put a mandate for requirement that for curriculum. That's ridiculous. So
Right.
it was bit puzzling to me that seemingly this is the mentality these people have, and they're
Okay.
requiring that everybody take the courses so that they can make them take AVI history.
Oh. Well, the reason I asked that, and thanks for the extended explanation, but I like, again, talking from experience. I had a situation when I was in the 12th grade that I already had sufficient credits for graduation, but the assistant principal at that time was somehow not suggesting, demanding that I take what it's called English literature, this Macbeth and Tubuki and this kind of foolishness. And I remember getting into an argument with her saying, listen, I want to get an electrical engineer. So I would rather spend additional time in the vocational track electricity class than taking some course in English literature. I can't tell conductors or generators who is about to protect the light don't come on. I need to learn more math and science things. Well, anyway, it ended up that I didn't go into the English literature thing, but she did so much and fine, and I don't know why she was doing this, that I did not have sufficient time
when I got about my business. Because I don't need to be sitting down there, study hall and all this kind of thing, doing nothing. There was a chance to make money. I mean, I'm talking about maybe during lunchtime, I might make maybe a $50, $75 for a couple hours to spend there. During the night, of course, it's $150. It's it.
Mhm.
Booming. That's where money was made. But again, I mean, if it's if I have already met the requirement of having sufficient credit for graduation, why do you think they would want to force me to take extracurricular stuff? I was already taking a band to use up the math band. I had a Spanish. I had shop. So what do you want me to take a signature for? What can talk about?
Like I said, I don't know because as I pointed out, and I specifically said I told the principal it made no sense to me what they were ordering. Okay,
Okay.
as I said, it is totally dependent yet and the student having completed, and by completed I mean by the end of this first semester, which ends on December 23rd, I think it is. Okay,
Right.
and by that time that they have all the credits required for graduation,
Yeah.
they have their GPA that is acceptable for graduation. All those things must be in place, yes, in order for you to then come January, the second semester, be able to, yes, go out and do apprenticeship, do regular job employment, do community service or whatever. But naturally, after presenting documentation to the school to verify that that is what you're doing. You don't just go off. The school has to have the documentation to prove what you are going to be doing when you are allowed to leave.
Right. But you see, Peggy, I don't know, and I've said it many times. It's no way in God's earth I could be a teacher. My temper is too short, and I feel if I tell you I write on the blackboard or give you a thing and say this is that and that is that, you should understand it and comprehend it fully. That I don't have to keep saying that over and over and over and over like a rah-rah. I don't have like that. I can't do it. I don't tell me to fit it or fit. I cannot do it. And I see something happening with two young ladies here in West Palm Beach, one being my daughter, another one being a young lady from Jamaica, and their friend, that because of their ability, maybe, to deal with rude, raft, as they call them, then they make them lead teachers. The white ones tell them plain up, I am going to do this. I set this assignment up. You get it, you don't get it, you don't get it. And they're not doing no after school tutorials. They find a beach to go on or find a bathroom to bring them in. But my daughter and the other lady would leave their home like 6:30, 6:45 every morning and do not return until 8:30 at night because the after school tutorial goes until 7 o'clock. So to me, to be a teacher, it has to be for your love of teaching and passing instructions to a student, a child. It's not because of the money. That God knows the money is yeah. Right now we got a situation of I think it's in Jupiter, where it's a battle now almost headed for the court for increase in teacher pay. They want to bump it up now, they bump it up to 48,000, they bump it up to 50, and they say, no, they want more, it's 55, 60, because of the amount of stress and
dealing with I don't know, it's just a different set of children today. I mean, and you as a teacher of many years and instructor, you know this very well. Back in the day, you had a ruler. From time that child you had a ruler, you don't have to put them two on the behind. They pull up the out, so they don't want to fight you. Then the parents don't want to fight you too.
Well, the problem I always had a concern in being an educator is that leadership does not acknowledge that it is the only 24-hour job that is not classified as 24 hours.
Right.
Okay?
It's a never-ending holiday.
Yeah, because you leave the facility, but you still have work to go and do because, you know, people don't understand. You have to prepare that schoolwork at home. You got, and even though because, you know, the administration will say that you have a prep period, but many times that prep period is devoted to something else. Sometimes it's a parental conference, sometimes it's a tutorial with a student who needs some help, sometimes it's something with the office, you know, that is assigned. So, and it won't be one period per period isn't enough for you to do the work for all the classes that you have anyway. So you have to do work at home into the evening, preparing, and into the evening correcting and all those kind of things, especially when it is end of marking period or end of semester, whatever, and you have all the testing situation. It's an overnight job.
Right. And you know, Becky, you said that is so true because, and I saw the frustration building in my daughter because she had a very good job. She has a bachelor's and a master's degree in education, but she was managing what you call this Cuban lady had about 5 or 6 what do you call it, away from home type of thing, from infants to about 3rd grade. So she was managing those things. But her thing was always she wanted to be in a classroom teaching. And now that she's doing that, and she's seeing the mountain frustration and the fact that the administration of the school, for the most part, is not helping because she would put a unruly youngster out of class and send him to the office, and the office send him right back up to the job and the job. I mean, I don't know. Something got to give. It can't continue this way because the same way she don't hear me on the phone with talk shows talking about below grade level. She said, Daddy, we got the same thing up here in the school, the public school system. Not magnet schools and not private schools. Public schools. So I mean, the fact that it's a problem in the public school system says something about the government's ability to run an education.
Well, that is because the private school and the magnet schools don't accept you if you don't have a certain grade level.
Well, you see that's it.
Yeah.
So then the government ends up with
Yeah.
what?
Yeah. Yeah, got the public school ain't got no choice. You get the disciplinary problem, you get the academic problem, you know.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the public school does not address the problems in a timely fashion. If they did that, you know, it would not be such a challenge. But we have children who are sometimes waiting years for an assessment.
Yeah.
Okay? So while they're waiting to be assessed naturally, they deteriorated.
Right. But you see, and I'm going now, this kind of thing leads from one thing to the next. Because my daughter had a situation with a young man. First of all, he's kind of tall, of sixth grade, and because she's a bit short and petite, he thinks she's a girl. So he wants to be able to make pass and all that kind of foolishness. So she had to put him in his place. And she put him up in the classroom. He was away in the hallway for the longest time till a manager came and found him there. And he went home and tell his parents, and he told his mom, he told his, no, he told the teacher, my daughter, that he will bring his mom for her. And I said, what you tell him? Tell him you're going to bring your father. I said, you ain't nobody. So I was happy and see, he and the mother brutalize you with words, for licks, and I ain't going to get needed it. You see how this thing from mushroom and go from one thing to the next. It's very delicate, but I continue to congratulate all you who could put up with that, with people like people who ain't children. I cannot do it. Thank you very much.
All right, take care.
Uh,
Yes, folks. Um, Continuing on, okay, on my visit to the St. Thomas St. John Public School facilities, as I said, we spent 4 days over there. It was the chair of that particular committee is member Winona Hendricks, and along with her, it was Terrence Joseph and myself who flew over to St. Thomas. And the three of us did, for the most part, all the visits um, on an occasion here or there. A particular member, well, another member might drop by for one school or something like that, but the entire visits really were mostly the three of us from St. Croix, believe it or not. And with several of the schools, it was kind of strange because we, when we introduced ourselves, the administration realized that here we were in St. Thomas schools, and the members, the board members in front of her and him was all from St. Croix. But at any rate, okay, for the most part, um, our counterparts in St. Thomas, the schools in St. Thomas, have a major, now I can say this, territorial wide, people, territorial wide. All the public schools have a problem with internet connectivity. I don't know what the hell is going on in that unit. And by that unit, I'm talking about the technology unit in the Department of Education, but they need help. Okay. They need help. And folks, like I always say, I don't know about technology. I am limited myself where technology is concerned, but I know and have enough common sense to know that when all your schools, all, I'm not just talking St. Thomas and John alone, all, St. Croix too, complain about not being able to get a good full day of internet connectivity, that it got to be a problem with what is who is in that department, that unit, that division, whatever it is, and well, what they're working with or not working with. Now, I did at one point happen to have a conversation with a worker from that particular technology division. And his comment to me was that they need equipment and they don't have money for equipment, which is puzzling to me. Reason being that, as I know, there is the APRA, I think it is funds, okay, federal fund, that have to be available that they can purchase whatever tech equipment they need in order to shore up this system. So to say, and this is what the guy told me, I mean, he said, we need equipment. The equipment we have is old, it's not dependable, and a lot of it, he said, is getting fried up by WAPA. Okay? So I asked very candidly, well, what about the fact that, okay, don't you have power protectors to at least protect what you do have? And the answer again was not to the quality or the standard that they should. So, in other words, they don't have the proper power protection equipment either. Okay? Now, folks, parents, guardians, stakeholders, community activists where education is concerned, y'all need to get to taking a position, taking a stand to put pressure on the Department of Education about this connectivity. Do y'all realize that every single classroom, okay, I believe, let me see, yeah, there was only one classroom that we visited, and let me make sure to explain to you properly. When we went to the school facilities, at each school that we visited, we observed two different classes at each school. And out of all those observations we did at every school, there was only one that was not using a Promethean board or an internet connected device of some sort. So, and now yeah, you're thinking to me that I'm lying, that if they were using, then they have it. No, they don't have internet. They have a teacher who bring their own, what they call them, Wi-Fi, whatever, who bring their own connectivity device. Okay? Or they're in a school that is under the contract with this new group that education has contracted, that you probably heard the press release where they're referring to them as champion schools. There are three in each district. I know for a fact that the three in St. Croix, Clara Marco, Eulalie Rivera, and Alfredo Andrews. Pardon me, but I can't recall who the three in St. Thomas are. But they're referred to as champion schools, and they have direct, regular interaction with vendors who have credentialed educators, researchers who are working person to person with classrooms and class teachers. These particular classes in St. Croix and in St. Thomas St. John district were made to understand, well, in St. Thomas, that the administrator, okay, whether it be a, a, a vice principal or whoever, go in their own pocket paying $80 a month in order for them, those particular classes that are in under that particular uh, contract, always have constant connectivity because they provide the hotspot with the Wi-Fi. I think I signed it right. Okay. But you who are internet savvy know what I'm talking about. Other than that, okay, um, when the internet fails, And there were quite a lot of failures, let me point out, to the point where when we went to the schools to visit in some many facilities, we could not get right away the lesson plan for the classes we were going to observe. And that is because the principal would be unable to print the lesson plan because there was no internet connection. And the lesson plan was in the computer. Okay? So you see how this lack of connectivity is really impacting the work of education on a daily basis. And nobody that I know of presently is talking about a solution, a plan that is in place to fix it. The only, and this was just a passerby that I happened to run into, young man who worked with the particular division and said, Miss, it's not going to get any better until we get the equipment that we need. And they say they don't have the money. Okay? So I expect that it will be a similar situation in St. Croix because I know um, earlier this year or last school year, I was on the visits that were made, the second round visit in the second semester that were made on St. Croix. And that is what we were hearing already, that the internet connectivity is a problem. Okay. There are quite a few schools that have vacancies. And with vacancies, there's vacancies with teachers, vacancies with paras, vacancies with custodians, vacancies with monitors. Now, um, the educators is understood. We don't, we're losing our educators. But let me point out to you people that there's something very wrong when you're telling me you can't find paras, custodians, and monitors. And why I'm saying that is because, as far as I know, as long as you don't have a criminal background, and as long as you have a high school diploma, that's the basic. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Oh, okay, okay. Well, I thought you wasn't hearing me. I believe it was a couple weeks, maybe a month ago, right? We had a conversation about children that school at 4 at an early age.
Well, there was a legislation brought by Senator Heiliger, yes.
Yeah. No.
But they tabled it. It didn't proceed. It was tabled in the committee for change, for adjustments, as I understand.
Okay, but at the time you were discussing it, that Monte Carlo is concerned that because when my son was young, and that's when he's already grown, I tried to register him complete, and I was told I couldn't do it because of how his body fell. And anyhow, long and short, I had to take him to another school that he didn't find all the way to high school and it came out. So, so for some children, they are more than ready to start school early. So I think that hindering them is a big disadvantage to them.
Well, a couple of concerns that I heard that I could remember is, for one, they see that it might be a conflict with Head Start, because remember Head Start is for the 3 and 4 year old. Okay, but in my position, I didn't see that as credible because for all the years, and I have been paying attention, and I'm talking even before I retired, Head Start, and I'm talking St. Croix because I don't know about St. Thomas. Head Start continued to have a waiting list. Okay. So my thing is, if you have a waiting list, which means you can't take care of all the children who are 3 and 4 year old and want to go to school, if you have some 4 year olds who need to create, and by that I mean they have to be what they call them party ready. I think that's the term, but that's why I call it restroom ready. That's what put that way. Independent where that is concerned, and then and you have the room, but see that's the next thing because the department presently they claim that every elementary now has a pre-K, but they don't have the room nor the staff to add any more. So that would be a problem.
Okay, okay, yeah, because like I said, I remember when that had happened to me, my son was fully ready for school.
Yeah.
He was already potty trained, everything.
Yeah.
He was ready to go.
Yeah. There are children that are ready, and there are studies that show that the earlier the instruction begins, the better educated the child will be. There are studies that show that. But there are other complications that the system has to deal with, and that really is the problem.
Right. And he went through private school for the first 6 years and then switched to public school. And then the biggest complaint he had during public school was that he was bored most of the time because they wasn't really challenging enough.
Right. And I
And they just don't address this problem, and that's a big problem for a lot of our children that's here. Those who are academically gifted.
and that is
They just
and it is a problem because, and I had a grandchild that had that problem too, because what happens is that they don't have a gifted or what you might call an academically higher class until you get to fifth grade. And
right.
and I at the time was challenging that it was at Alexander Henderson. I was challenging it because I saw a third grade that had almost all the children that were on principal on a roll. And my thing was, well, then why, if you have all these children scoring so high, why not just establish a gifted section? And then the administration had the argument they didn't have the room, they didn't have the teacher, they didn't have the para, they didn't have, so and that's what happens. Okay. And what happens is, and just to point out something, because see, this is where the parent organizations are supposed to come in, but do not. Parent organizations don't understand that their role is to fight for what children need in that facility. So basically, it's the parent organization that should have done advocate to get the room, whether you have to add a room or a module or something, and get it in order to accommodate what was needed for those advanced children. But what happens is that regularly, traditionally, parent organizations become fundraising groups. Hello?
Hello.
Oh. Oh, I thought I lost you. Yeah, like what I said is parent organizations that traditionally have become fundraising groups. They raise fund to fix the window, they raise fund to fix the door, and they're not concentrating on advocating for what is necessary for the academics.
Right. And that is true. And, so we're losing a lot of children on that front, and then on the second front, the vocational education, which is much needed. Now, I see they're talking about, they're calling it, like
The technical college, the technical
yes,
college. Yeah, I believe I believe the table that too. I don't think that move on. I believe that got table too in committee.
That is something I have advocated for already too, because I feel that is one way that you'll be able to enhance the program, for it more in the college setting, and you will the teachers more, recruit better.
I agree with you, caller, but let me point something out, which was my objection when I heard about the bill, which is we have a very, very, very well, presented vocational technology facility over there at the complex. We have dropped the ball in maintaining it, in providing for it. Okay, they had programs that not just were graduating, but they had programs that was giving you national certification if you so chose that is what you want. But we have not maintained, and we have yet to figure out how to compensate vocational instructors in order to keep them. So if we can't deal with the vocational school, why are we going a step higher to want to bring a vocational college? My position is get the vocational school properly supplied, properly maintained, properly operated before you get to the college, because as I said, the certifications are available.
Right, which is a very good thing. You beg to wonder, is this what we get for 1.7 billion?
I really don't know.
I mean,
I don't know.
I just don't get it. I mean, it's hard to find that 1.7 billion.
You're breaking up there, you're breaking up.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, let me see. But yeah, I was saying, lacking in the vital area, between telecom. You can still hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you fine now.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was saying we're lacking in all the vital areas: health, education, agriculture. You name it, we're lacking.
Yeah. But it's because, to me and personally, I feel because we're lacking the commitment to address it, because I think we always have the answer. Like, for instance, where the vocational programs are concerned, as I see it, for decades, they have tried to work with the AFT to work something out about how to compensate these vocational instructors. It hasn't worked. So my thing is, if something isn't where you can't get it out, then take away the vocational instructors, take them out of the AFT, put them by themselves and set their compensation. Because everyone says that's the problem. You can't get a man to come teach carpentry when he can go out and make, buku money doing carpentry or whatever.
Right. And, and then probably the one that you will get wouldn't be the one that you want to
Yeah.
have your children learn from.
But then if you put a vocational, if you put a technology college, isn't that the one you're going to get to teach at the technology college?
What, the same bad one, or you can get
No, the good one, the same one you want for the vocational school, is now you put in the college to compete and take away.
right. But you see, if you go to technical school, then it wouldn't necessarily be the high school, because in some jurisdiction you have the technical schools operate in conjunction with high schools and private. So then there's the need for one facility.
Well, this is one facility, and let's make sure, for the benefit of the audience, that it has the students in the day. But do you know it has students and adults at night?
Right.
Because as I said, the programs go into national certification if you so choose. If you don't want the certification and you just want the instruction, well, you can do that and get to the point of completing the program. Okay.
Right, and that's why I say I'm in favor of it, because you have one single program, technical school, and there's access for high school students who can still be certified upon graduation, and it's still open in the evening for adults.
Yeah.
However they choose to run it, that would be the best situation, and bear witness for everyone.
Yeah. And that's what we have over at the complex. And the next thing that is important is that the complex, a lot of those rooms have those expensive and big equipment that are necessary for some of those courses that really you would have to now purchase to establish a college, a vocational college. So, and at this time, we claiming that we don't have money for a lot of things. So why would we take away from supplying and maintaining the school that we have in order to go to the next level that we can't support?
Right. And to me, the complex, the technical and career center, which is adjacent to UBI, would have been ideal for that transition partnership to take place. But they're not seeing it like that.
Yeah.
At least I guess there's something else being conjured up, and we don't know what it is. But whatever it is, as usual, I think we're gonna get a shot in it.
Well, you know what, my personal, and for the listening audience, this is just my personal thing, nothing to back it up. But as I saw it, it's the typical, because St. Croix got something, St. Thomas want the same.
All the time. All the time. You remind me of a conversation I had a couple of weeks ago, right? Somebody questioned, why is the rent in St. Croix cheaper than the rent in St. Thomas? Now, the individual answered it was economic reason, which, after that I felt like that was such a silly answer, So I knew what the answer was by saying, I can perform economic research. I researched it. It turns out exactly like what I was thinking. We have nearly 8,000 more homes in St. Thomas and 5,000 more homes than the total combination of St. Thomas and St. John. So it's a matter of supply and demand. It has nothing to do with the economics.
Okay.
They just couldn't see that.
But let me point out something that I read just this past weekend, and I suggested to you because I think it's available on their website. I haven't reviewed it yet, but this was mentioned in the article. I'm speaking about the 2025 kids count documentation book that they put out. That
Ready,
they,
ready.
okay, because they pointed out that St. Thomas gets the salary wise, they make $10,000 more than the people in St. Croix.
Okay.
The average salary $10,000 more in in the St. Thomas district than St. Croix. But you know, it's a complaint that we've made for years. I think you would probably know that Crucians have been always saying, where government works are concerned in certain departments, that there's a difference that you would have the same position, but the person in St. Thomas whose salary will be higher than the one in St. Croix. You ever heard about that?
Yeah. Yeah, but you know the reason for that is
What the reason
we're
is?
seeing Croy, and we're seeing Croy, and they're the
Okay. We're saying Croy and the other voice. That's a good one. I can't remember that.
Yeah, that's how we go.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why, I just advocate for separation. They think it's all the hatred, but it's really for our best
Oh.
interest. But anyhow,
One
thank you for the
thing.
day.
Thank you for the comments. Thank you. Okay, folks. That was interesting. Okay, and going back to talking about my visits to the St. Thomas schools, as I said, the vacancies exist, and the folks, yes, next week, that first week in December, we will be doing the similar visits at all the public schools in St. Croix, okay? Just like we started in the St. Thomas district first. So in St. Thomas, as I said, there's a standard vacancies with educators. Um, Not a whole lot of educators, so don't get frightened, but there are certain schools though that and I must identify this one because I have to credit the principal for the Sprouse School in St. John. Okay, that lady is dealing with a situation, and that school has a pre-K to, oh wow, I just forgot. I believe it's sixth grade, or do they really go to eighth? They might go to eight. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they go to eight. Okay, but the point is that on the lower um, academic level, she has like about four classes where paras, okay, she has to instruct paras, direct paras to teach the classes because she's short of educators, and she herself has to teach. Okay, now here's my thinking. You have all these schools in St. Thomas. Don't tell me that there isn't some kind of scheduling that can be done, arrangement that can be done between all the different elementary schools that exist in St. Thomas, so that that St. John school can get a better coverage with educators and not have to have 3 to 4 classrooms held by paras and by the principal. That I think it's unfair, and I think it's a lot of creativity on the part of the human resources for the Department of Education and the Superintendent of Education. That shouldn't happen. Okay, that's a definite unfair situation where St. John is concerned. And um, now, like as I said, that was the one school that had really, as I saw it, quite too many, a shortage of too many educators. You know, the other areas that had shortage, was a one here or there or whatever, but not to the point of what it existed with this Sprouse School. And then, as I said, I don't understand where how it's a minimum requirement to be a para or custodian or a monitor that with all the people that we have in our residency that we can't uh, get enough paras, custodians, and monitors. I think that again, our public school HR has to do a better job. But I would point out that I did hear, no, not here, somebody called me over the weekend. And that's because I did put out a report concerning the shortages that I saw in St. Thomas. And I guess someone was told about it. And a lady called to tell me an experience of where there is a person who applied to be a monitor and is over a month now waiting to get some response from HR in education. And I don't doubt that because I have over the years had so many complaints from people, educators, apply for educators position, apply for different positions in St. Croix and can't get a response from HR. And I feel it's because we need to have our own HR division in St. Croix, controlling the hiring in St. Croix. Why we have to wait for somebody in St. Thomas to deal with an application for St. Croix, that is unfair. Okay. And by the experience, it needs to change because what is happening is that the people in St. Croix, I know of many young people who applied for educators position, didn't get a response, and left. Went to the States to get a job to teach. Okay, because they didn't get the response. Okay, that needs to be corrected. Right. So moving on, the other concern that existed in St. Thomas with the public schools is the school bus schedule. Okay, and really, I'm not going to delve this into it because we didn't get a clear picture of understanding the school bus transaction. Okay, it is not the same as it is over here with Abramson Bus Service. Over there is a contract, seemingly, but for some reason, there are a couple of things that happen in St. Thomas that I don't understand why. For one, we were at a particular school and we were told that there's a second bus that comes to the school. In other words, you have the bus that the one that would go out 6:30 or whatever, six whatever, make the run. But you have children because they know a second bus coming, they wait for that second bus, and ultimately, sometimes that second bus is late because naturally it has a route to pick up. Now, my thing was, why you have the second bus? We don't have that luxury in St. Croix. Yes, you're only 23 square miles compared to our 84, but still, unless I don't understand it right, I thought that bus contracts are done cost according to mileage. So if you have buses making second run, that mean you're paying for more mileage than you need to pay for. And as I said, I'm making the disclaimer. I didn't really get the full understanding of this bus situation, so I'm being careful with my critique. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, Peggy, let me ask you something about the three champion schools on St. Croix and on St. Thomas. Are those schools that are fully equipped connectivity.
no, that's why I said those schools, the administrators, okay, have taken upon themselves because one school and this is the only one I remember in St. Thomas. This the Gomez is Gomez. Is that the one all the way out past the shopping center?
Yeah, out in Tuturia, yeah.
Okay. The assistant principal pays for my fine. She pays either $60 or $80 a month.
Out his pocket,
Out of her pocket, yeah,
out my pocket.
to
Oh
make
my.
sure that they have connect. Because the point is, they have to guarantee, you know, connectivity, daily connectivity, because they have people, the people who are contracted, they're from the States, but they are seem to be stationed here because they say they visit 2 to 3 times weekly to the different schools.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and they communicate during the classes, dealing mano to mano with the teachers, the educators, helping them to do whatever is necessary to uplift and the deficiencies.
Uh-huh. Okay. Let me ask this. Two questions. What is the teachers union doing about this deficiency?
Me no, I can't. No, I don't know. Me no.
I mean, who is looking out for the children? What about the parents? And the parents kicking up one fuss about this inefficiency?
Well, seeing as to how I really have only been to one parent organization, well, two school parent organization meeting for this school year, and that is because we have parent organizations have become so insular. You remember years ago, everybody knew when you had a parent meeting at a school.
Of course.
Well, I don't know why they use this in-house thing. So the notice only going to the parents. It is not public unless somebody like what two schools that do, and that is Abdul Ali because he's president of Lumoco. He announces his meeting, and Miss Janice Jones, who's president of Alfredo Andrews, she announces her meeting. But all the other schools, because I ever since I retired, I make it my business that if I know of a parent organization meeting, I go and I attend. But I can't find out when the meetings are. As much as I try to encourage them to make them public, just have a parent, anybody call in and say, announce the meeting, call into radio station. They don't do it. I don't know why. And I get angry with them because I tell them I resent the fact that you all find every single radio program that exists when you have a fundraising activity at your school because you want my money. But you don't find the same place when you have a meeting because you don't want my participation.
I don't, I really, it's crazy. Where is the interest and concern of the children?
I don't know.
Now, let me ask this. Is the government, through the Department of Education, have a contract right now to fix the Wi-Fi capability and sustainability in the schools? Do you know?
No, Mr. Nims, you're missing something. There
Okay.
is a IT division in the Department of Education.
Uh-huh.
I can't
So,
recall
what
the
is
name.
IT matter?
I don't recall the name of the director, but there is a division. So there's no
Ah.
contract. There's a division. It's always existed there. But for some reason, it just does not function properly.
But I could tell you this, Peggy, from being in various department agencies in the government for 30 years, you could give me all the big title you want, and put me in an office. But if you do not give me the tools that I need to work with, I mean, what are you doing?
But this is the problem because after I ran into a worker while we were at one of the schools, and he explained because he pulled up in a little car and I saw the license plate saying DE and then on the side they had the technology symbol or whatever. And I asked her, do you work with the technology division? He told me yes. I said, what's the problem? Why the schools are, and he told me plain out, miss, we need equipment and they say they don't have the money. Now, that then tells me the superintendent of education office in St. Thomas and the commissioner's office have a problem because what happened to all those federal grant monies that they had that I know must be able to use to get those equipment necessary.
You see, this is when I just get my spirit all gallop because we know, particularly in the Department of Education, millions of dollars not sent back, taken back by the federal government yearly.
Yeah. And I understand that there's been quite a bit get gone back between last year and this year too.
Hold on. Hold on a minute. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second.
No.
Okay, use that one. Use that one. I think okay. Okay, no problem. Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. Yeah.
No,
But as I said, I don't know if it's possible that because and listening audience, please make sure you understand this is my theory. Mr. Nibs, you might understand what I say. It just seems that in government, okay, that we deliberately don't want things to work because there's a scheme or a plan for something to come into come into to profit.
Right. Well, we know for sure that is happening with WAPA.
Well,
It's not that
yeah.
these folks don't know what they're supposed to do, and not that they don't have the billions to do it,
Right.
but they want the whole blasted thing to slap on its face,
Right.
so that it could be more privatized. And 80% privatized already.
Right. Okay. And seemingly that's looking like what's happening with the hospital, although I don't understand how we would think that a private hospital would do us any good. Okay. And it seems like many divisions in education is happening because, like, for instance, when you establish the bureau, all the maintenance and repairs has to be done now by contract.
Peggy,
Yeah.
as I have said, and I will repeat hopefully for the last time,
Wow.
the vocational track in the high school on St. Thomas, I can speak, but I'm supposing that it was being done the same on St. Croix.
Yes.
The
Yes.
carpentry, masonry, electricity, the repairs.
Yes. And I know that because I could even tell you, and a gentleman passed us recently at Central High School. They had Mr. Sankits, who used to be had his children. They used to do carpentry, they used to do plumbing, they used to do all kind of things. But as I learned as time went on, that it was a political scheme that in order to give the supporters of the administration the reward, you had to do things by contract. So therefore, the vocational, the classes, the children could not perform work any longer.
Well, you see, what is happening is that these people that have been pushing this narrative, they have gained a new name for themselves. They are no longer political supporters. Some call them political hacks, political prostitutes, and political harlots.
Well, because they've gotten so terrible that yes, they get contract, But then they got those that are so greedy that they go to the extent that they always got change order, about 10,000 change order in a contract.
I'm telling you, you know, I mean, it is really, but the people is who is to blame because the handful of us that speaking out is not enough.
I agree.
The people have to learn to do things like save time. The foolishness stuff we're doing with the food stuff and this nonsense and stuff. 7 million people in the streets.
I agree. But somehow we have done a good lesson of making our people sheep.
Oh, well. I don't know, Mr. I don't know.
Well, I mean, Mr. Nibs, look at it, as you yourself, even then, when you were in government, when I was in government, we stood up, we took a stand. But for some reason, these new generations, they are afraid. I mean, I say afraid because many of them will tell you, I can't say nothing.
Maybe I took stand to the extent that I was up for position.
Well, you and I both, I did the same. That's why I spent 30 years in the classroom. Not because I wasn't qualified to have a higher position, but because of my stand.
And the worst part of my career came when I was at the housing authority, and Farley gonna call me on the red phone. The red phone in my office was a phone that only the politicians would have. It wasn't there to go through no secretary. And he is going to tell me if I would only change my registration to Democrat, I could be in that position forever. I tell him I know where I live, and I went about my business. I mean, why do I have to be in a Progressive Party to have a particular job?
Because they have to control you.
Oh, but they couldn't control I and I.
Okay.
And I am glad because what it did for me, it caused me to go back full time in the family businesses and bring them back alive. Okay? That the businesses were faltering because I wasn't there. I mean, I would do the work at night, I would do the work by computer and all this kind of stuff. There's got to be Johnny on the spot.
Well,
So I wasn't mad with Farley, I was happy.
well, it caused me to get in my own business, and that is when I became the first limousine service in St. Croix. And I owned and managed that for 20 something years. And it gave me many opportunities. Matter of fact, I met a lot of important people.
Yep. Yep, I don't know. I truly don't know what is going to be the end result. I know because it seems to be getting worse, water, and water.
Well, the end result, if we don't catch ourselves, is that I keep on saying, we're reverting to slavery. It's not a slavery with chains, but it's a slavery nonetheless because we are being controlled as a people.
Slavery of the mind.
Yeah.
I got.
All right. Okay.
Right.
All right, folks, as I was pointing out that the school bus situation, the schedule on St. Thomas, there is a concern that something needs to be reviewed with that contract on the way the school buses supply the schools in St. Thomas. Okay. Um, and as I said, it's different over here. Remember now that all the buses are owned by the department, and that what they did was they gave them to Abramson to store them, maintain them, manage them, and folks, it is working fine because Mr. Abramson, the Abramsons know about how to deal with school bus transportation, and everything is great. Okay? Now, the next concern that I saw in St. Thomas is that, and then this might be something that really they can't deal with because is perimeter security. Why I say that is because, folks, when you look at our schools in St. Croix, okay, um, most of them are fenced. Um, but even if they're not fenced, you have a clearing, okay, on the outside of the border, okay. So it gives you a sense of oversight around the perimeter of the campus. That doesn't exist in St. Thomas, and it might be, as I said, because of the location. Like, for instance, take Charlotte Amalie High School. It's right up against a hill, okay? So there's really no clearing that you can have on the outside or whatever. Or if even and in some places there's a private property right next door, so it isn't a situation where you could have a clear. And really, the clearing is important because, okay, you can then monitor the perimeter and the perimeter, especially with high school. It is important because you never know what the children might be hiding in the grass, alongside the fence, that when they come in, then they go and they retrieve it, weapons or whatever, in order to do mischief. Okay. So it is something that, well, in some of the schools, they don't, it's nothing that they can deal with machinery, but they can probably make sure that it is covered in the groundskeeper contract. Okay. And I don't think every school has a groundskeeper, but where there are groundskeeper, that should be in the contract so that, yes, they will know that when you uh, maintain the grass and whatnot inside the campus, okay, that you make sure to that there is a perimeter clearing around the fence line if there's a fence, or around the border if there's no fence. Okay, that's a security thing. Now, the last but not least is the issue of the intervention program and the cell phone. Now, let me just jump to the cell phone because I did already earlier mention the method that I saw a high school teacher using that I thought was recommendable, that should be recommended to as many teachers as possible to use within the policy that now exists. And the policy that exists is that children can bring their phone to school, but they're not supposed to have them out or using during class time. They're supposed to be secured in their bag, backpack, or whatever. Now, the problem is that, hey, that don't always happen. Okay, but so here it is, and this was a 12th grade um 12th grade class. Okay, and as I said, the teacher had a baggie. I'm calling it a baggie, but the cellophone um, bags that zip lock. Okay, and she had one for each student, and the bag had the student name on it. Okay, so when the student come to class, they would put their cell phone in the bag that had on their name. Okay, zip it lock, zip it close, not lock because it's not a lock, right? You just zip close and leave it with the teacher, and she would take all of them when the phones were turned in, and put them in one of these plastic tubs. The not the big tubs, but one of the small ones, because you're talking 30 students. I'm sorry, you're talking 27 students to a class. Okay, and when she put it in this see-through tub, Then she would take the tub and put it on an upper shelf, and on a bookshelf that was really not in the area where the students were necessarily working or whatever. Okay. So the point was that there was not the possibility for a student, say for instance, if these things were on her desk, that if she turned her head, that somebody could just walk by and grab up one of the bags off her desk or something of that sort. It was a secure situation that was transparent insofar as her being able to tell if anyone tried to take one of the phones. Okay. And a few minutes before uh, the class would be dismissed, she went and got the plastic tub, took it to her desk, and then called each person up as she gave them their phone. Right? They would open the bag right there, take out the phone, and give her back the bag. Okay. And our thing was for each class that she had, this was the system that she used. And I thought it was a great system. I did not see, no hear, not one student looked displeased or upset by the fact that they didn't have the phone for the class period. They were quite obliging, and they were into their work when the class was going on. So it is definitely, as I said, um, a message that I think the superintendent of school should make as a policy for the individual class teachers to use. Okay? I want to say a suggestion, but um, as it is, because of the cowardness of some people, and they just want things to be a mandate so they can put the blame on somebody other than themselves. I guess it would need to be a policy. Okay, so maybe, hopefully, the superintendent will consider, or the commissioner would consider, because this was St. Thomas, and I, would like to see it be, as I said, across the territory. Okay, folks, in case you want to make any comment, remember the phone line 773-0390 or 773-0490. Okay. Now, the other um, last thing about the school visit was the intervention programs that exist. Every school has an intervention period that is a standard half an hour. Okay. Now, again, the high school has a method that I thought again was commendable, and this is Central, sorry, CAHS, which in what the principal said is that they took the score, right, the standardized score that told them where each student is, and depending on the tier that the student was on, okay, they get together and they would establish then exactly what intervention would be applied to the particular student who was scored as tier three, and those who were scored at tier two, and like that. So it's not a thing that I see happening here in St. Croix, where you're in a class and the second half of that class is an intervention period. And really, your intervention makes no never mind whether you're tier two, three, or one. And let's make sure we understand. Tier one are those who are on level, right, supposedly, and can be independent in their production. Okay. Tier 2 is below level, and tier 3 is seriously below level. But as I said, it takes a little more work, and it showed the commitment of the staff at the Charlotte Amalie High School that they went the extra, and I see it as extra, when you're going to identify the individual students, and this was on each grade level, as to what their status was, and it was in English, okay, and determine as to what tier they need to be on so that they would then be assigned to the intervention that was appropriate for this deficiency and to help with their improvement. So again, this is a second item issue that I saw Charlotte Amalie High School dealt with, and dealt with in a manner that I think should be duplicated throughout all the high schools. That's the cell phone situation and the intervention. Okay. And the whole, it appeared to me that um, the administration of the Charlotte Amalie High School, okay, um, well, pretty much have things under control and can also, okay, I Eudora can. So it's something where, you know, it would be good if um, the department could use some of their money that they're wasting on all these unnecessary high profile position in the commissioner's office, and take some of that money and bring the four high school principals and assistant principals together somehow so that they can compare, okay, and discuss strategies, practices, that good practices, bad practices that they can recommend to each other and duplicate and adjust. I think that that should happen um, at least once a year, if not twice, at least once a year. Okay, so that completes my report insofar as my perspective. Let's make sure you understand that this was all my comments, my perspective as to my involvement in the visit of the public schools in St. Thomas and St. John. Okay, so, and let me point out again, yes, that hotel was awesome. All right. Now, to just remind you of a couple things, as I mentioned in passing, every school, I believe, okay, I have not confirmed that, but I do believe every public school has a parent organization. They might not all have all the officers they need, okay? There might be some situation where the school administration is running the parent organization in the interim. But hopefully they all have a parent organization. And again, I am encouraging parents, guardians, alumni, and neighbors for the school to get active in the parent organizations of the schools. And I do want to encourage the parent organizations. Okay, you're claiming that the um, performance is showing you get a better participation when you do virtual meetings. But here it is again that we're denying ourselves the interaction that is valuable where parents are concerned, where children are concerned, that in person interaction is valuable. So, what say that you consider um, a strategy where, okay, you meet every other month virtually or every 2 months virtually so that you can have an in person meeting at some time, okay, once in a while during the school year where parents can come together and establish a relationship, establish a collaboration, a community, whatever. It's important. And that is important even insofar as an example for students, for our children. Okay. So I am asking for that to happen. Okay. Because let's make sure we understand that if there are challenges, problems, okay, that need to be advocated for, things that need to be advocated for at the public school, usually if you're planning a strategy with which to deal with a problem, I would think it would be better dealt with in person. But hey, I might be wrong. But nonetheless, I'm simply asking that not all, not all your meetings are virtual. Let's say every third meeting, okay, or one one per quarter or whatever are in person. The point is plan to have in person meeting at some point. Okay. Now, let's see if I can be able to tell, okay, um, to tell you the schedule for next week. Okay. December 1st, remember I said we will start with St. Croix visit. So Monday, December 1st, we're going to begin our first visit with at the Lumaku School. From there, we're going to go to the Dardine School, and from there, we're going to end with a visit to the alternative school. Okay, so that means we'll be visiting three different locations on Monday, December 1st. Gardine, sorry, begin with Lumaco, then Gardine, then Alternative. And we don't begin until 9 a.m. And that is because it is expected, okay, it is expected that there will be members flying over from St. Thomas to join on the school visit. Make sure you understand, I said it is expected, okay? Because things do change. But that being the case, on Tuesday now, December 2nd, we're going to start at 8 with the complex school and then move to the uh, Central High School. And then the third facility that day will be the Alfredo Andrews School. Okay, so that is Tuesday. We begin at the complex. We then go to Central, and we will finish the day at Alfredo Andrews. and let me make a correction of that because it's not that we're finishing the day. That finishes the school visits for the day. But as members, our days aren't finished because after we complete a day, a visit, we always return to the board office and do a debriefing of the visits of that day. Okay? So that's how our day goes. Okay? On Wednesday, and by the way, you know that because I'm saying Wednesday, that means I will not be here next Wednesday. I will make sure that Mario comes and covers for me. Okay? Because next Wednesday, I will be visiting 8 o'clock in the morning, starting with Claude O. Marco School. And then from Claude O. Marco, we will move to Eulalie Rivera School. And then from Eulalie Rivera, we would move to Woodson School. Okay? So that is the, I have to call you that number. That is the schedule for Wednesday, December 3rd. So remember, as I'm saying, as I will be doing school visits, I will not be on the program next Wednesday. You will have the honor of my brother Mario hosting. Okay? On Thursday, right? We begin again first thing in the morning at the Ricardo Richards School. Okay? And from the Ricardo Richards School, we will be moving to the YRC. And then from YRC, and that's the Rehabilitation Center, Youth Rehabilitation Center. The third school that we will be visiting that day will be the Pearl B. Larson School. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, Peggy. I haven't been close to radio all the time, so I don't know. Did Debbie Christopher come on again?
No, she's got hung up at something with DPNR,
Oh, okay. Okay.
so she didn't.
Well, I was glad that all of them got reelected because they're proven that they're doing what they're supposed to do.
Well, they're definitely and for anyone who want to question it, if they would go back and review any of the Senate hearing tapes where the chair, Miss Beverly Joseph, was questioned by the senators, they will see a stellar performance insofar as explanation
Oh, yeah.
and clarity with the subject matter.
Oh, yes. That lady knows her business.
Okay. So and she is back. It is a good working team because her vice chair, she's backed by Dr. Gilbert Commission.
Mhm.
And then she has the two retirees, Debbie Christopher for St. Croix and Laurie Anderson for St. Thomas.
Yes, a
And
real good people indeed.
yes, and they make quite a powerful team. Well, the power was proven in the fact that they uh, shaved off the governor with his self insurance gimmick. That's people, that is my word, his self insurance gimmick. Because as I saw it, if you can pay, the government can pay its bills. How is it then going to tell me that you do your own insurance and I go and back you up when you can't back up your own self?
Yeah, but when he came up with that foolishness, I was one of the first ones to jump out and remind them and those that this was tried before. In government, it came up before.
That's true. That is true.
And those who know better, guidance was that
Yeah. And I do believe that Miss Joseph even pointed out, I think it was Guam, she said, who tried it, and that their report was totally,
Oh yeah.
stay
I
away
don't
from
know.
stay away from that.
I don't know where, why, or how the governor comes up with these things. I don't know. It's, to me, it's not having the insight to attend to the proper workings of the government, so you find things to dabble in.
Well,
Uh,
and as we saw it, he was still pushing the issue, and this is why personnel who ran the election every day came up with a new rule or regulation for the election. Okay, because they were at the division of personnel. Director Richardson was totally supportive while she made the argument in the Senate hall in support of the governor's self-insurance proposal, and they deliberately put up candidates to try to get rid of the sitting members so that the governor could still possibly impose his self-insurance gimmick.
well, we all could see clearly through that. We know what the whole thing is about. You see? But it's a shame that those that have gotten lots from the government continue to want more.
Yep. Mm. Well,
And I say,
this
I always
they
say,
say a rich man never say he had enough or no.
yeah, I say, and I continue to challenge, challenge a lot of them that have been in government for 30, 40, some more years, jumping from one department to another, one agency to the next. This one paying 10,000 more than over here. Why don't you try the private sector? Why are you afraid of the private sector? Of going your own business, for God's sake. With that amount of knowledge you claim to have.
Well, you bring up something there, Mr. Nils, because and this is for the benefit of the listening audience. If they would stop to think, because many of the listening audience know people personally who are in these positions of title. And if they stop to think, they will and reflect, they will realize that the majority of those people don't own anything. And when I say own, I mean they don't have a business.
Oh,
The only thing that they run is the government ever ran was the government office.
of course.
And there are those of us who would be observant enough to realize that they've had shortcomings there. So it's like, you, the one observing, have your own business on the side. Besides your government job, you have a business of your own that you're running quite successfully. But here are these people who never own anything and want to tell you what to do, when to come, where to go, how to go.
Oh, you see, that's why I just put my mouth on them and let them know that I came from a family that owned many businesses throughout the Caribbean area. Mostly the British Virgin Islands and Wales, St. Martin, St. Thomas. I know what it is to make payroll. I know what it is to pay thousands in bank loans a month. So don't talk to us. You're talking to me. Okay? So the fact that you're speaking some little job that I appease a government because he asked me to, that I will take this job, don't think I can do better. You see? Because a lot of us that would leave a family business or
God, I had the sense to realize that I needed something to fall back on. And that's why I'm going to thank Alex Alfonso Paris for when he gave me what is called, the thing that, your teacher will take this and choke and then they will refuse it. And I refused it. I told him I know where I live. But, I mean, it is sad because a lot of people in government have very good knowledge, training, experience, but are afraid to go into their own head of things. Afraid.
But there are some younger people, and I know of one specifically, and that's why I stopped listening. I used to get irritated listening to his radio program in St. Thomas that would want to categorize and say that Virgin Islanders are afraid to be business owners. And one time, this is years back, I called the station and I said to him, "You're misinformed because you weren't born yet when Virgin Islanders were all the business owners." Okay. And really, you need to stop making that statement. But he continued with the statement, and I thought to myself, isn't there anyone in St. Thomas that could tell him the names of the local people who ran businesses in St. Thomas? The liquor stores, the jewelry stores, the bakeries, the groceries. I'm not aware of all of them, but I know they were the same like it was with us in St. Croix. They were all owned by local people, local Black people, and quite a few of them were Hispanic or Puerto Rican people, but they were all local people.
Exactly. And I know exactly the guy you're talking about. I had some difficulties with him and he banned me from his radio program.
Uh-oh.
Because some of them come now with a big long list about the come from the States and want to tell you about your place, what you know about it. It seems to want to tell you they know more about you than it. And like you said, where was he? I mean, look at Main Street. Those buildings, all those buildings were owned, were owned by natives.
Yeah.
You Smith.
Yeah.
You Smith owned one
Okay.
set of buildings at Main Street. But why one see them too much fun? Because why one see that they doing the white man.
And I was too young to know, but I know they must have done well because I use my mother and father as an example, and I tell people we didn't have to look for financial aid. Our parents, I don't know how they did it, but our parents paid for college all the way to college degree for 4 of us.
I tell you, that was a
Yeah.
sacrifice.
For 4 of us, and it's as far as we wanted to go. I went as far as a master's, but I remember my mom asking me, "When you're going for the doctors?" I said, "Doctor who?" Not me.
But you see again, like you said, them who know don't know. Because I contribute my not staying for another semester and a half to obtain my electrical engineering degree with some what do you call it, not leanings, but whatever, as well as in surveying and civil engineering.
Yeah, well,
Because I always thought of my best piece of blood, how they will find all this money.
yeah,
But this stuff,
Yeah.
how we gonna find it? We
Yeah.
want it to do it.
yeah. And there were quite a few that did it because I recall even and Mary could speak to this most because there were those Virgin Islanders, Crucians and Saint Thomians who went to a high school in Puerto Rico,
Right?
right?
True.
And then continued on into college But you know, I always credit that my parents. I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't know how they did it, but I mean, you know, you're talking about not just college, but you're talking about travel. You're talking about all the things because they weren't necessarily all the amenities that are available to college students now that were available then. You know, and my oldest brother went to Fisk. Mario went to Howard. I went to NYU. You know, my brother went to Moravian College in Bentley. We all went all the way to post education, and we we didn't have financial aid. We didn't have scholarships. It was paid for by our family business.
Well, again, let me
Okay.
assure you that your parents did not
No,
eat the money to buy
no,
all the
no.
food.
And there were people I met in Puerto Rico that, you know, from St. Thomas who came from business family the same way. I remember
Right?
I had a roommate, you know, she, her father owned a liquor store in St. Thomas.
Right? You see, but it's God sacrifice,
Yeah, yeah,
sacrifice.
yeah.
Now, I find out with me the fact that I did not complete the requirement for bachelor's degree in engineering. All my children so far degree. And I'm working on the Grand Canyon now.
Okay.
I was different get that I did not get.
Well, you,
Not that I could because my parents sent me to same school.
well, they,
I was,
you must have had some that they had, your parents wasn't familiar with turnstick and thing.
wait, what?
Turnstick, you ain't familiar with the turnstick.
The suspect?
Yeah, the fungi stick. The fungi stick could be a hell of a weapon, you know.
Yeah, no, I know all of that.
Ah,
But
because I mean, we ain't had no choice. You had choice once you're done with the bachelor, but after that, you know, you had to get to that point.
right.
It wasn't a choice. You was going. It wasn't a choice. You were going, and you better finish.
Right. But my thing was money. I started and needed to work for my own
Hello,
money.
I don't care where you are. That's why I say you had some different type of appearance. You ain't, and I guess the St. Thomas are more lenient than the Crucian.
But I all of it, baby.
Yeah,
And
all the
that is
Crucians I know,
right.
all the Crucians I know that was in the same category that the parents, you know, were business people and they sent them away. They went and they finished. They, they got that BS and come back. You don't come back saying you ain't finished. You ain't finished.
Right.
You,
Baby,
you looking blows.
I started making my children young.
Oh well, you you had need some blows.
I get the blows, right? But I get more blows, I get it much better, man.
Ah, well,
I mean, I could laugh about this now, but really, I couldn't expect my friends to take care of me and take care of my children.
yeah,
So when they take my school, I walk in.
yeah, well,
Anyway, we will see what happens. We still got about another hour or two.
no, just an hour. It's just 4:30, till 4:30, just an hour. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right then.
All right. Yes, folks. He just definitely must have a different type of appearance because the people I know in St. Croix and myself, hello, we ain't had no choice. They sacrificing to send you to college. You better go and finish and get that college. Come back with that college degree. What you do after that was your business. You're on your own, but you had to get that college degree. And as I said, they made sacrifices, but do not let anyone tell you that black people are not business people and they don't like business. That is totally false and true. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. I just had to call, man.
No problem. You're welcome.
Yeah, you just an important thing there.
Yeah,
You know.
I hear you. But we don't necessarily promote that either, because even as an educator, I know that I did witness that, wrongly, that it might have been. We encourage our children to study and take up careers, but not necessarily making sure that they understand you can be the master of your career. You can make that career your business instead of making a
Right.
career your employment.
Right. And that's something where we have focused because when you look at the jobs and the people who provide jobs, vast majority, well, okay, let me not say that because a lot of them now are local. But on the onset, it wasn't local because, I would speak to our community who at the time were not local, but a lot of them are local now. So it would be unfair to characterize it as such. But however, you know what I'm saying.
But
We
there were
and
there were locals, from back in the 50s, 60s is the locals that controlled the businesses.
right, I know that. I mean, the part I remember growing up was the amount of Puerto Ricans who had, the small shops and everything when I was young. You know,
Mhm.
those is what I remember. That, what you spoke about, I didn't see. You know, I came in after that. Early 70s, 70s up. So that was a whole different ballgame.
No, no, yeah, yeah,
So that's what I would, you know.
yeah.
Yes, we still had a few other local businesses that was there, but the bulk of it, the majority of what I saw at my era growing up, there was the Hispanics who control most of the smaller local neighborhood shops, and majority of those are shut down and have been sold out and gone. But
Mm.
the mere fact that we don't promote more self-reliance, like Mario would always say, inside out cultivation.
Hmm.
We feel it. And look at the largest group of small business people, which are farmers and fishermen. But we don't have any co-ops,
Yeah.
you know?
I heard earlier to this today on this same station, I heard the Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture promoting that there's going to be a training to for co-op, how to operate a co-op or how to form co-op. It was I didn't hear it, consistent, but I do recall that he mentioned that. So I guess we can look forward to maybe something happening down the road.
Right. So we don't, and we should, because if farmers at co-op, we could control certain chunks of the market,
Yeah.
because it's not difficult. We have several hundred farmers on there, and but what we do have is a very big disparity in infrastructure development when it is compared to what we do for agriculture and what we do for road, school, hospital, agriculture is just as important.
Yeah.
We should.
The problem I have with the deficiency in agriculture is that they're not, just like with the VI history, it is supposed to be in the curriculum and it is not. Now there is they have presently in this school year they have a director in education, a director of the division of agriculture, but they have selected again. Three seems to be an operative word with education. 3 schools that they're doing some type of specialized art program. But what it is, as I learned, is that they gave these 3 schools um, supplies to do aquaponics.
Right.
And I don't like that at all because I have 2 problems. We are islands surrounded by water with all different levels or types of seashore areas. You mean to tell me we can find a shoreline where we can establish a feeding situation to raise some type, enclose and raise some type of fish? But in the salt, in the ocean water, instead of taking farmland, putting concrete on it to build a pan to put in fresh water for fish. That don't make no sense to me.
Okay. Now, if they're going to build a pond with cement, that's not a pond, that's a swimming pool.
Whatever.
You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I agree with you. And on that same note, the current prevailing habit lately has been taking farmland, the solar farm. Now, they really, really, really need to stop taking away farmland, period. For whatever reason, that needs to stop.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
I think, yeah.
Because once you destroy the farmland, you can't make it back.
No, you can't. They're gone, period. So there should be no exemption whatsoever. In fact, what should happen is that all the farmland should be cataloged and held as protected.
I agree. And that is why I oppose. And you see, it hasn't started. And I hope to God it never starts. That situation where the land by where agriculture parking was given to the RT Park to build
Okay, yeah.
the hotel. Yeah, okay. And my thing is, the whole explanation was, well, the majority of it going to be actually farming, but yeah, but quite a bit of it is still going to be hotel that you're building on farmland.
Right. And we got so many other locations.
Yeah,
Built that.
yeah.
And that's absolutely positively not necessary.
White
You know.
White
No.
male property can done up in the South Shore area and the and East End. That belong to the
Right.
government.
Right. You know. Now, here's another problem I see and talking about with agriculture. And this is something that needs to be addressed. They would issue land leases for farming. And I have seen quite a number of farmers, because I'm a farmer, I have land. I've seen quite a number of farmers come into the agriculture property, and in a very short time, they fail. Now, the problem I see with that is that they either lack the knowledge, which I think is the majority of the problem. And when I say the knowledge,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that they don't know how to farm.
Mhm.
They don't know how to farm the particular piece of land that they have, because some of that land that agriculture have is a real east. It's not an easy piece of land to take. The second reason they would fail is that the resources are lacking, which, of course, the most valuable one is water. And it always brings me back to the topic of increasing the reservoir size that we have here in St. Croix, so that we can have an adequate supply of water for farming.
And also holding the treatment plant accountable for it to do the tertiary cleaning that it is supposed to originally do. So instead of throwing 1 million gallons of water out in the ocean, it will be treated to come back and used for farmers.
Yes, that's the other point I was about to make. I mean, and I've brought that up so many times. I mean, think about this, right? If they could create this thing, because that's basically a behavior small league. You have it running at one point, and then it's going to run through, create little streams and thing, and then finally make its way back out to sea. But this is after you pass through a series of dams that can hold as much as this water back on land, so it can populate back into the aquifer, so that we'll have groundwater. And it's not a ridiculous concept, but we could do all kinds of silly things that don't make any sense, but we cannot just simply get wastewater stream. So,
But there
retreat.
there are places that we can choose, one of many, to select to build a homemade lake pond or whatever, that we can pipe that million gallons to, instead of having it go into the ocean. But you see, the whole problem is, and hopefully we'll be selective next year. The problem is we never select a governor and lieutenant governor who are serious about promoting and developing our agriculture industry in the Virgin Islands. Let's remember, we are known, particularly at St. Croix, we were known to be the garden of the West Indies because of the production of the farmland in St. Croix.
Right.
And we still have the land.
Right. I remember a book I was at home, but it was talking about the amount of pounds of yam and corn and all the other things that used to be grown and harvested and sacred, and that number was really high at the time.
Yeah.
Now, granted that when most of the island was agrarian, we've lost a lot of that.
This is why we were controlled by so many different nations, because as the island of St. Croix was very profitable in production in feeding people.
Yes, it was, and it still can be today.
Yes, as
But
long as we get the leadership who is serious about that and just not a bunch of talk with nothing to back up.
And that's what we good at. We're just good at the job.
Well,
We promise we do this. We
well,
promise
let's see if we can press the candidates, and I understand there's quite a long list of them coming. Let's see if we can press the candidates to identify at least one that might be serious about agriculture. But let you wrap up. I had somebody else trying to get in.
Yeah, no problem. But I guarantee you, all of them will tell you the same thing before agriculture.
But
The
hello,
truth is,
but we just don't know it. We know the questions and the buttons to press to get down to really the serious one. But we just play favorites.
yeah. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Then.
Thank you.
Thanks for the conversation. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for holding.
Yes, I hope I'm glad that thing didn't go through the policy part with on the agricultural land, and not just for the.
No, it went through,
Sorry?
That bill passed already.
Right, but they haven't acted on it.
No, they have that. Although they passed because they were pressing, saying it was such an emergency, so important, having to have it right away, and that's why they couldn't waste time looking at other areas and all kind of thing. You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I was speaking out against it, and I'm hoping that what I was saying got through to them, and that's why they didn't do it, and that they won't do it. My primary concern was
remember you saying that. Yeah. Yeah.
You can't tell me that you're not going to have any pedophiles in that staying in that hotel, and then seeing high school girls walk by, going to the what was that, Greasy Spoon, the little restaurant.
A spicy grill. Yeah, the spicy grill. Yeah.
Spicy grill, right? And it's it's like you're just begging for trouble. At some point in time, there's going to be an incident, and then how are the hotel workers? They're not. Somebody comes in with a young girl, they're not going to stop them and question them because it might be their daughter, it might be their granddaughter, it might be their friend's, daughter, or whatever. They don't know the relationship, so they can't control it. And so, it may take a while, but there will be an incident there eventually.
Well, I was opposing it to quite adamantly from the very beginning because the original idea was that of the lady, Lord, I forget her name, the lady senator that ended up being the head of the research division and whatnot. She had a foreign name. She was the one that initially came with it, and then when she did not continue in the next Senate, it was taken up by Novell Francis, and he's the one that was successful with having it passed. But my thing is, as my argument always is with anything, is that do not bring me any idea of doing construction and farmland. I don't give a damn what the reason is.
And that is a major concern.
Yeah,
too.
Because
there were two major concerns, and I was like, how are we turning a blind eye to this?
And the whole thing is in St. Croix. I don't know about St. Thomas, but in St. Croix, we got plenty land with white man. You could go build on.
That's the thing. There are other locations, other possibilities.
Exactly.
Why take a risk on doing it there and again a hotel? I looked up and I was like trying to find, is there anywhere else that has a hotel so close to a high school? And I couldn't find one. And of course not, because people in other areas are like, okay, this is not a good idea. We're just creating a situation that we know is going to cause a problem in the future. How are we going to have a hotel and expect there's going to be no pedophiles staying there at any given time?
Well, seeing as to how I don't think there has been any kind of any investment that it seemed that they misled us, because I recall that there was something about timing with financial federal investment and whatnot, which seemed to have been erroneous, or we were misled because it never happened. Hopefully, if we get a Senate majority that is of a different mind and wants to preserve agricultural land, that whole thing can be revoked.
Yeah, it needs to be.
Yeah, because
that has so many different problematic areas, and once these things are pointed out, it should be pretty obvious that this is not a good. And as you said, it's not like if there's no other space.
Mm-hmm. Right.
If you want to do this, there are plenty of other spaces that are not next to a school and not on agricultural land.
And as I recall, they acknowledged there were other places, but they did not have the time to do the testing, the analysis of the ground or whatever, because there was some time sensitivity with the whole project, which really proven that it was a lie because it never happened.
Well, if it is, then it's no more, because it can't still be, a time-sensitive thing. So if that was the case, then if they weren't lying, that time has passed. And so now they can go ahead and do what they need to do. But that was just a bad idea. It's for so many different reasons, and yeah. But
Well, we
Uh,
got we got to
especially
first
the right.
we got to first elect people with the cojones to take the stand.
Yeah. And then, especially in the light of what's been happening in our schools, of late, with what's his name, Bruce, that then now there's this new allegation and new court case. I don't think they will. I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to do it. At least,
You
at least,
you
at least
touching on a
I
sore
think,
spot for me now because
yeah,
I have been ever since that even before the trial started, I have been advocating and pressuring and asking what happened to the blasted enablers? When do they hold the people who enable things to happen? When do they get held accountable? There were two names bandied around. They have since taken the retirement and gone off to just
of
enjoy
course,
their pension or whatever. And that with the
yeah,
Smith case, now with this case, I'm asking again, where are the enablers? Somebody had to know something, sense something, see something. Why is
right,
it? And then the article said that there was an investigation because there was a previous complaint against this second person, this the present one
right,
that is in from Gomez School or whatever. My thing is that person in the HR department that led that investigation should be dismissed or demoted because you violated the mandatory reporting.
yeah,
Mandatory reporting with sexual assault is not a reporting within the department. It's a reporting to the Justice Department, the police.
the police, yeah, because they're the ones able to do an investigation,
Exactly. I don't know
research. Yeah.
not one HR division that have people qualified to do any sexual assault investigation.
Right, right. And then and even if it turns out not to be the case, there is a procedure that needs to be done. And also for that person's thing, if they're innocent, they need to be shown and declared that they are, and but even if it's
Olan,
nothing,
Olan, let me slow you down with something because we got people listening. I don't think there have ever been a situation where a child would report of being sexual assaulted and it turned out to be a lie because let's remember no, that child is putting themselves in a position to be embarrassed, ridiculed, to get all kind of trauma just by reporting.
yeah, but the thing is, they may not realize where it's going and where it's taking. So there is a possibility. I don't know if it ever has, but I'm sure somewhere, someplace it has, where a child starts the ball rolling, don't realize where it's going to go, and it turns out. But in the far majority, it's probably
No, what
the
if
far
anything
majority.
it turns out to be that it turns out not to be prosecuted is because the child and the child's family backs down because they
Right,
can't take the
right. There are
embarrassment,
all kinds
but
of
it's
things.
not because it is a lie. So, and
But
any case that I have seen on the
by law,
main,
we have to presume guilty until
but and
proven
but when it deals
innocent
with
until proven
school,
guilty.
when it
But
deals
what is
with school, any situation that I've seen deal with school, they immediately dismiss the person.
and that what do you mean? The employee?
Yeah, the employee accused of the assault. They immediate.
I think
Any situation I've read up
I
on the mainland, they get rid of them immediately.
Yeah, I gotta check that out. I can't really say for sure about that. But in any case, one of was saying is that even if it turns out that this guy is innocent, what is stated to have occurred is problematic. That they were saying that he was pulling the child out of classes, and that is a problem.
Because that teacher has to be an enabler.
Right.
You cannot have somebody taking a child out of your class on a regular basis and you are not asking or finding out what's going on.
Exactly. That's what. So from the very start, so even if he was pulling them out for a legitimate reason, somebody should be asking what is going on here. Checking into it. This is not a normal thing. Why are you taking this child out of the class? And if he has a legitimate reason, he can present it. And so that's what I said. So innocent or guilty, this is a problem that he was able to do this repeatedly, or at least according to the news article. And that should not. And that's one thing that education can do and should be looking into as to what's going on here in our schools. And
For
it's
the
the same case with Bruce. He apparently was doing the same thing, pulling children out of school, out of class, on a regular basis.
And for the benefit of the listening audience, because I was a teacher for 30 years, a member of the American Federation of Teachers, let me point out to you that a teacher is in charge of the students assigned to their class. They are responsible for every child in that class for the entire period. And no one has the authority to remove a child from a teacher's class without the teacher's permission, including an administrator. And I know it because I have refused to let children out of my classroom when I taught at Central High School. I didn't care, regardless of what the monitor said was the reason they wanted the child. My position always was, when the bell ring, then you can do what you want.
And for valid reasons, like this,
You are liable. You are liable. That's the reason.
Yeah. And I don't think that a lot of people understand that too, including the students, that when you mark them present on your roll, you're then now responsible for them for that period of time of that class.
Yes.
And if anything happens to that child during that time, people are going to be asking you and holding you responsible for that.
Yeah.
And I don't think this is understood by teachers, administrators, and parents, and definitely not the students.
If the teachers, educators don't understand it, they got comprehension problem.
Yeah.
It is clear you are legally liable for every child that is assigned to you at a certain time.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've heard of instances where teachers have had to go to court and explain where, how the child was marked present in their class and end up out on the streets committing crimes.
Yeah. But I those are for me. I have to move on to our next slide.
No, that's all. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what they are.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay.
Good. Oh, Lord, you're gone already. Okay, so you can call back whoever that was on line one that was trying to get in. The line is free now. I don't know what is happening that people are complaining that for some reason you can't stay hanging on. The line cuts you off. I'll have to ask Josh to look into that because I know it must be a bit annoying that you got to keep dialing and you just can't wait until I get to you. But at any rate, 7730390, 7730490. You're welcome to try again. Okay. Good afternoon and welcome. Sorry you thanks for holding.
Okay, good afternoon, Mayor.
Good
And
day.
God bless you.
It's
I wanted to kind of just touch on the basis of the sexual assault, the sexual abuse, the practices don't know what the processes in place may be for us at home, but when they come into us and a child immediately complains of that situation, the teacher is quietly removed from the classroom. Also at the same time, I'm not saying that this is a rape case or whatever, but we go into the proceedings of a rape kit, police involved, Department of Health involved, Child Services involved. It's a whole list of responsibilities have to be done in order. And it takes quite a while when they come in to do that process, but you have to, of course, get consent, but it got to be private because you're dealing with a delicate child that has been abused. So it affects them psychologically, it affects the family, you're dealing with the whole thing, you're dealing with the whole family. So when the teacher is removed, it's nothing being said, so everybody can gossip about it or put it in the papers or stuff like that until the investigation is over. But at the time, that person that is accused that's removed from the classroom, the police picks them up, and they are under the police services until further investigation is finished. I just wanted to stress that because they take children, child, even 6 months old and has been sexually abused, whatever, 2 months, 3 months, take it very seriously. So it's not like where you can go home and you're waiting on it or whatever. Your duty is supposed to act immediately. So I don't know what the process are, but they go into act quick because it's a serious situation.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you much for that.
Okay, God bless you, and you have a blessed day.
Thank you, same to you. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for holding.
After the tone.
Hello. Are you there? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, I just want to touch base on the vocational schools.
Go ahead.
If they need, it was well said what you're saying. If the school are not able to do it, why would they have a different facility that is separate from the schools? You know, I guess where the college is located. But I've gone to them, and in the States, they used to go to class in the morning, and by that lunchtime, they go on a bus, and they bus them to the vocational schools, and they get their trade and etc. So that was another way. But transportation is getting them around is what makes a big difference in order to get them around to the vocational schools.
And let me make it clear, I'm not against the technology college. I'm against the fact that you have something that is failing and then you're going to do something else. So it's my point is, if you have the money, if you have the commitment, if you have the concern, then secure the present vocational CTEC that is there at Complex. Get that back in shape before you move on to a different level.
Yes, thank you for mentioning that again. But that's very important because it shows the strength within your community and the need. If it becomes a need, okay, we need this many mechanics, we need this many plumbers, we need this many electricians.
Yeah.
The need of the community is very important. Because you cannot depend on private contractors all the time. Because a lot of it's going to cost you even more money because you got to bring in outside some people from the mainland to be the customer to deal with certain things. So we have to get those vocational schools up and running so that the community could move forward as one together and learn of these different skills. It's very important. I myself went to many vocational classes. I was skilled because raised up there in the Virgin Islands. I had a lot of family members that was into vocational stuff, from agriculture to mechanics to electrician to plumbing to painting to masonry and so on. I've done these things physically, you know. And I know the trade, and I know I could do it anytime I need it. And I've had my own painting business at one particular point. But these things are very crucial to the community. They make a big difference. And every time I came home, I've always worked on someone's home and help them with their trees that are attached to the kitchen. You have to turn off all the power. And so there's so many things you could learn, but these are skills that well needed in the community.
Yeah.
Because see that every time that goes on. So I'm sharing it that daily that we need those programs back to where they need to be for the community to learn, these younger generation, because if they're not learning these skills, their mind are, looking for the fast money. The mind becomes corrupt.
Yeah, and what they're interested in just that it's we who are not providing because, as I said, the CTEC facility is there, but as teachers retire and leave, they they can't get replacements because of the salary. And the last thing that I remember, I spoke to Donna Fred Gregory, and I said, why don't you all just establish the different salary by law for vocational instructors? Get it away from the AFT because you can't get anything work out with the AFT. And her reply to me was, there was not the support in the legislature to do that. And I know when she said support, she means that what you have is a bunch of cowards who think that teachers going to vote against them because they separate the AFT. No, I have to be perfectly honest. I've been there. A lot of teachers don't even vote. Okay? They're not interested in the political scene. We had to actually do hard campaigning election time to make sure that our educators registered and vote. I'm talking about back in the 90s and when I was still in the system. What it is now is probably, I'm sure, that not many of them participate. So we need senators who stop being cowards and do what is needed in order to save the CTEC programs.
So the salary is a big problem.
Yes.
That's the number one.
Yes, it does not compensate the skill that the people have to teach.
And that's the problem. But you mentioned it earlier. They could go on a job and work instead of teaching.
Right.
They would rather be teaching than go on a job.
Right.
I have a friend now who is a pastor. He knows electrician and he teaches it for free because he wants the younger generation to do it. And he let them go on the job site and different things.
But we have to at least have a decent salary. And the thing is that they can't work it out because of the restrictions with the AFT. If you increase, then you have to increase across the board. So my thing is separate the technology instructors from the academics. Separate them. Put it on a different, platform.
Well, thank you for that. That is well needed so that they need to pay good salaries so that we could have good vacational programs.
Well, let me put it this way for you and the listening audience. Make that an issue when the candidates come looking to for votes to go in the legislature. Make that an issue. What is your position on dealing with CTEC instructors?
Right. Thank you so much, Peggy, for that, because I know I have a lot of family different businesses there from construction and in the construction industry. We need these vocational schools to skills. Right now, we're looking for to hire. We can't find young men that want to go in these positions to get the job. And that's, single answer.
Thanks for calling.
Be blessed.
Bye. Yes, folks, down there, when I mentioned that there are so many issues that we as voters need to keep in mind, that when these people start coming to us, asking for our support, asking for a vote, we have to have them address these issues. And don't let them tell you, oh, I have a plan, and drop it there. No. Tell them to explain the plan. Okay? And don't let people talk about, well, if I expose it now, then somebody going to steal it. People, that is a greedy son of a gun. Okay? Because the point is, if something is good for our community, if something is good for our territory, why are you going to be concerned about how it gets done? You're supposed to be concerned that it gets done. And if it was your idea, hello, move on to something else. Okay? Don't be telling me that it's a problem because you had an idea and somebody took it and ran with it. Well, hello, if you didn't act on it timely enough, if you didn't really pursue it, well, thank God somebody did, because the point is it needs to be addressed. And we must make sure, folks, this November 2026 is a critical election. Yeah, I know we always say that every election is critical, yes. But this one is even more so, folks, because we are, what you might say, hanging on to a tree branch that hanging over a cliff, and we seeing with every move that the tree loosen up in the dot little by little, that pretty soon, if somebody don't, if we don't do something to save ourselves, we're going all falling over the cliff to death. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, let's go ahead. Sorry for the interruption. Just something quick that I wanted to put
No,
a dot on.
take your time, take your time.
Right. We can also go to jail if the proper procedures are not followed. There's a lot of questions that we have to answer to. Because what you have, I'm talking about the sexual abuse, sexual.
Yes, I know, and maybe you missed the point, but that's why I've been promoting. Send the babe good for not mental jail.
Right.
No, because if you know something is happening and you're not doing anything, you're not reporting, you're an enabler and you're allowing children to be destroyed.
Yes, yes. And what we find is that it takes hours because you have the child that's scared, they traumatized, and it takes a while for them to open up.
Yeah.
And they might not open up to their peers because they think they did something wrong, or they think that like you said, they lying.
Yeah.
So it's actually, you could actually see the trauma that they go through. And it takes a while to finish all the testing that it does, but you do have to believe that's involved very seriously, and it is law. So when you're doing your documentations and you're calling to this because it's law, you got to be precise because you can go to jail, but you have to because you're on the line to go to jail also.
Well,
so that's how seriously it is.
the concern I have about them dropping the ball right now, where the enablers are concerned, is that we may have other situations happening right now that we don't know of. And those victims, the children who are the victims, will be suffering and observing and saying to themselves, what sense does it make for me to try to report what's happening to me if this is the way they will treat me? Nobody believes, nobody really takes anything serious. So it's like there's no trust and and so that child, it will be continuing, or children, to suffer under whatever abuse may be happening because we're not given an example of acting on the behalf of the protection of the child.
And I know they are lost, right? They are lost, right? I think they are lost.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you can go to it. Okay, they are lost.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a law for mandatory reporting. That's what I'm saying. That's why I have a problem that you had a human resources department in education that said they did an investigation instead of reporting it to the police, which is what the mandatory reporting means.
Yes, yes, yes. It's going to take that very serious, but I don't know like I said, a whole lot of people go to jail for that. But you have so much people that's involved with just that one situation, and it takes hours because it goes down the line from the case to this lab work. They got to be sent specialized to go here, and all these tests got to be done. It's very serious. It's very serious. But they never let the person go. That's the accuser, but they do investigate, and they are held under the police department before the investigation. They don't just go home and relax. So I just wanted to just say that because I'm stammering with it because I could just imagine. And then I'm going to say it so I'm gone because we've had cases where 3 months have been raped, 3 month babies have been raped. So when I speak like this, it's just, I just kind of can see fresh in my head again, or see fresh in my eyes. So I just wanted you to deal with it. I just wanted to share that information.
Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you for that.
Okay, God bless you. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
The same to you there.
Okay, God bless you.
Bye-bye. Good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for waiting.
Hello. Please leave a message after the tone.
Yeah. Hello.
This phone ain't making foolishness. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Okay, good. With regard to this latest situation that's in the news media regarding one Mr. Boyd, a teacher, used to be an assistant principal and whatever other positions he had.
Yeah.
My daughter, the only one that's here in Florida, the others being in Houston, told me that yes, Mr. Boyd had taught her at EBO, E. Benjamin Oliver School.
Okay.
And she remembered him as being a very disciplined teacher. He would always have like a paddle, and he wouldn't waste time to stop you to whatever you're behind if you get out of hand. And that reminded me that my older daughter, which would be maybe about 10 years or so older than this one, used to tell me the same about this Mr. Boyd. Everybody, Mr. Boyd, everybody want me Mr. Boyd class. So it was heart-wrenching to hear and realize what he has been doing maybe over all these years. And sadly so, because it wasn't just molestation, as they say. In some cases it was rape, holding a boy without his consent and raping him.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I am so sorry for poor Mrs. Boyd. She used to be a teacher too. I could only, she probably retired now, but I could only imagine how she feels. For any woman that would feel, you leave all of what I got, but you want a little boy. Why? Some of them tell you all kind of foolish things. Oh, because it happened to me when I was a boy. All kind of stupid excuses. They go find it. And of course, you probably will hire all kind of attorneys to try to say he did not do it, and the little boy them lying on it. I mean, I heard that one of the father of one of the boys, they had to restrain him and try to get him off the island. Because he swears to Jesus Christ heaven, ain't no hope going to deal with this. He wants his own justice. And I mean, it is heart-wrenching. All the children have put their faith, trust, and confidence in you, Mr. Boyd. And all the rest are home while they're doing the foolishness. You got some woman doing it to some woman teachers. Stupid is what they got toy boy. That's what I was told by one go ahead. I'll pay the cost. I'll pay authority. I mean, this is just, hey, it just gets me crazy. Because, Peggy, I don't know what I would do. Well, my children now, my boy, that is big man, the youngest son is 47. I got some grandsons. So far, the youngest one is 9. But if I was to get a report, or one of them was to come cry to me and tell me, teacher this or Mr. that, or ministers, Peggy, American State, very ministers, my God, you chosen by God to teach us the word, and you molested little boy. You see? So again, I only hope and pray that kind of thing don't come across my door. Because it's going to be hell to pay. I don't know how they're going to get me hold now. You see? And this is what I'm going to cause now. I could get myself in trouble. The same child or grandchildren, whoever you molested, go need me. Grandfather out to jail. Again, you are.
All right, take care. Don't eat too much tomorrow.
Well, I love turkey, but they're telling me now some of these people don't eat turkey, they got 2 foot turkey. You ever about that 2 foot turkey?
Hello. I don't like tofu, period. Okay? So, how do you think I would like tofu talking?
I do this thing, I tried one time, some kind of rubbery thing, and what the hell?
I never even tried. I saw it because my first exposure to it was really in the fifth constitution because we had several delegates who were vegetarians or whatever. And therefore, when we because as I told you, it was Clearioka and I who dealt with arrangements like the catering and whatnot. And we always made sure it had tofu there. But I know. And specifically Gerard Emmanuel, that was his thing, and I used to tell, don't bring that guy me, just bring me the regular meat.
But quickly, because I look at to forget it again. What I had called for this morning to say, some caller reminded me by mentioning the situation with farmers. I recall when my friend Dr. Louis Peterson got the notice call from Governor Bryan that he wanted him once again to be the Commissioner of Agriculture. I said to Louis, you were there before. You took a lot of criticism that you didn't do this, that, on the side of the river. But nobody, and you didn't open your mouth, Commissioner, to say you did what you had with what you had. I said, be careful, the governor putting you in this thing. He already said that we don't like to get we had studies. And that farming is a hobby. But we, was in a land, I don't know who that is now. His grandmother is from Totola. I wish that he was alive when my grandmother was alive. What a thing to see the farm she had. Everything was chicken. There was a big old set of cow you had to chase and go tie them out. Horse, mule, all kind of plants and vegetables. So I don't know where you get this food like this from, but we don't like it. We have to eat. Who tell you that? But why you do you know, why you don't know, you don't know. Rather than getting with somebody who knows, maybe you go and listen to some of your compatriots, them your same age group, and they tell you the same foolishness. You see? But I don't know. But anyway, what I wanted to say, I'm going to close it out now. The same thing happened with me, baby, when at the age of 22, I was appointed acting commissioner of housing. I prepared budget. I told the governor at that time, if you want me to be the commissioner,
future.
I could set up a
$22 million.
when you don't, you just walk
That's
up
what
and
we'll start with. Hello? Anyway, set it up to the legislature. Let's put it up to 6.9 billion. But still, had the call, and it's American them, I'm going to go below 1,000. Below 6.9 million. Are you crazy? Anyway, maybe it's what they're back up, going backward, and so yeah. But not home to build the code and so we can originate. How much of that was 6.9 million? Back in the day when we were building homes for $60,000. Today, you can't get a house built. You were forced to do it for $175,000. It's $225 and $250 you're looking about. So, who wants to take them jobs?
I was called.
But I'm not going to make money that they were doing. For me, it's not the money that I
The
want.
other gentleman is
It's
here.
about
Yes.
to provide what people need.
Okay. All right there. Well, hey, just go and think that things are different. They're getting better, and enjoy your Thanksgiving. Don't overeat, because you know you're doing no exercise. So and enjoy. As I said, as I explained, I'm on school visit again next week in St. Croix. So you all will have Mario for 2 days.
Well, you're doing what you like to do, and you do it well. So you're going to continue.
Yeah, all right there. Thank you, and you have a good one. And folks, I want to tell everyone, enjoy your Thanksgiving. And you're going to be now listening to Chogo coming on with the local and all the different entertainment. So have a great one, folks. Good day.
Let me see if
Hello, my people. How you doing today? It's not that I love you, no man. What do you have to say? Look at our culture. Things are not the same.
yeah, it's not only man. Then let me go out from 30. Yeah, I know. huh? You making what? Well, then to make the if I hear nothing. Yeah, you put down me one. Yeah, all right.
When it comes to eating, I don't think with them. All of the European nations, I just can't explain. Come with the food, come let I tell you that. Let us sit and keep the table. Come on, my side. We want our culture. We are the dying. We need our culture. Let it go nothing. We want our culture. That's it. Oh, oh,
Hey, Dan. Yeah, come on, oh, yeah, today. Yeah. All right. Yeah, okay. Yeah, Kevin. I must be here already, man. Yeah, man, the girl come up. Miss Moore come up on say, just take it up and then run from there. Yeah.
Everybody people, how they do it today? It's not the kind of thing going, what they have to say. Look at our culture, things are not the same. They say that I not do nothing, they do it with me. Let's see, we in our culture. Look how we are dying. We want our culture, this is what we do. We in our culture. That's it. Oh, oh, in our culture. Look at we want our culture. We got the culture. That's it. Oh, oh, fight for your culture. Stay with your culture. Love your culture. Together, worship your culture. Fight for your culture. Love your culture. Together,
Ah, good afternoon, and welcome to the Colby Show. Yep. And a Wednesday afternoon, the day before Thanksgiving, eh? I don't expect to see me here, right? My day after that. So, just say, don't enjoy the music. I'm gonna mix the music up to a different flavor. I'm gonna be until about 8 o'clock with y'all tonight. Just so when I'm beginning out, you don't blame nobody that I cast it to burn up. I mean, till I dance all night. You know, so there was some young. It kind of cool. It wasn't hot today. It was good. You know, so I decided to come back. I didn't get to come yesterday because I had a problem. But I'm here today and thank God for that. To bring the culture music out to Golden Island. So we gonna play until 8 o'clock as I said before. I want to start 5, but this Mohit cannot come off at all time and I just pick it up from there. So we are going to have a good time today. I hope so. You know. I can't call up here on Wednesday, but don't want me to start going to the music. We gotta thank God that we didn't get no hurricane this year. We really got to thank God for that. Everybody get, I think everybody but Jamaica get hot bad. So we gotta thank God and thank God every day. But we gotta thank Him that we can hit no kind of bad with this hurricane season. So we really got to thank Him. So me call in church. This is one of my favorite. I know I hear it already, but I'm gonna play it again. So enjoy this by starting the sleepless night.
Give me all in my life, keep me burning. Keep me burning till the break of day. Say, Hosanna, say, Hosanna, say,
Hmm. I don't bust the gate already this time. Yeah, yeah. I bust the gate. Yeah, already. Yeah, yeah, all these start to them, man. Yeah, yeah, all these start. Yeah, come here. No, I done. I done. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I come in go over. All right. When you tell me say I good to go. I want the place right now. I own the place right now. Yeah. Yeah, I own it now. Okay then, good. Right. Yes, sir. Again, good afternoon to all my listeners and the Elena St. Christ, St. Thomas, St. John, Catola, all on the internet. We will listen to my voice, Finish Christian State again, St. John, St. Thomas, Catola. And maybe you hear my voice, good afternoon to you all on a Wednesday afternoon. As I said earlier before, I couldn't make it on yesterday, so I decided to do a linking for you. So enjoy this free Thanksgiving Day, Bogdonia. I don't want your body, but I make a topic get on. I'm here until 8 o'clock, so we got music until about 5 to 8. Like a bad company coming at 8. So it's music and more music and more music. So again, so we can only know the Quebec music, and then we are going to have Christmas music, but we start off with the Quebec music first. And start with the man, DMC. My name thank you, darling. But then what else? You got somebody. Can't find the hole. Look at the coat and the back down belly. Yep, I want to wrap into my good friend Mr. Armstrong down there. You know, when you hear this kind of music, you know, make the screen sweeter. Mr. Armstrong, good afternoon to your good friend. And anyway, you contact Mr. Armstrong name. We begin with 2 ice cream to the south toast. Hang on, you know, I like talking. So we are getting ice cream too. I want to thank all the winners them that won the talkie on this show. I want to thank the Steve that helped participate. To everybody the talkie and the sports award committee that gave this talkie to the people that you know we need it, which I think they need it. So not maybe need it, but congratulations to them that they win the talkie. Then so when I about that talkie, think about the sports award committee and the Steve, okay? Only a joke. I enjoy it. So again, I said we begin with 2 ice cream to the from Mr. Armstrong ice cream, so great talkie and dessert, but I know Mr. Armstrong close tomorrow. You're gonna have to pick up the ice cream between Friday and Saturday. No longer than Friday and Saturday. You know, see how we together ice cream. Let me give me some more James, man. Yo, ugly marigold. Hey, below happening. I done a station to them, man. I couldn't want you to them. I had a fight boss because I walk out the system. Yeah, to California. So I couldn't want you to the stuff. I'll come out to there from till 8 o'clock. Yeah, yeah. All right. Okay, then, Ben. Yeah. Oh, okay, then. We talk again, okay? Good. Right. Hello? Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah, that's okay, man. Yeah. Well, they go thank you and that. Yeah. Okay. All right then. We are singing to for you. Okay then. Right. You coming through now? That's right. We got our station up power now. No? Yeah. Yeah. All right then. Good. Totally merengue na yung kakatalit all merengue, no? To keep on going all. Yeah, that's James. He said, you ringing your carcass. No. Joe Paris say you want a shot at the stage. Joe Paris, you welcome to the stage anytime. And I did do till I come. I work for 5 cents and I give you 2 cents. And the man is to pay the house rent. Wow, the music to be so good and short and good. But Joe Paris saying I'm more song to play for you, man. Don't go with Joe Paris, this kid is doing again. This when he said, Archie, buck me up. Remember that song there? Here we go. See you doing it. Oh, everybody calling me and telling me to get ready for that. Yeah. Yeah. You can hear it on your phone over there. Oh, that's good. Yeah, you can put the music until 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Yeah. I like to keep the call going and then 6 o'clock I just switch to Christmas music then. I mean, the rather Muslim today, the rather I wish everybody happy Thanksgiving, but I want to be listening. I don't think they know it today. Yeah? Yeah, but I say when they were no on to their car, which nobody have to that give in. When you go find out. Okay then. All right. Yes, that's the great in Paris. Chief woke me up. It's Encarnacion. I hope you're on or don't know. I ain't gonna come today. So I hope you got your radio on today. You know this song enough for you, man. You like this song, yeah. No, now me want more Archie woke me up again. This is the one we want. Kenneth, my boy Kenneth Henderson, man. This song enough for you. You are like a fisher now. You're selfish and Frank said a hero now. That's what Kevin tell me on KC. Yeah, that's I'm going for my good friend Kenneth. Yeah, he say he's selling fish in Frank. That's what Kevin tell me on KC. Hmm. See, Bell. Yeah, that's CD Bell by Joe Paris. He said he ain't done yet. He said my wife so sweet until I get one to banker. Yeah, that's my wife, but it's late Joe Paris. You know, but another legend again. Sylvester McIntosh blink. He said, ay, 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 don't touch me down there. Don't touch me down there. This is what I say, don't touch me down there. If I follow like before, get the fight and down below. Don't touch me down there. This is what I say, don't touch me down there. If I follow like before, let the fight and down below. A little happiness, and I don't stop it. Whenever I follow like before, let the fight and break away. I had to take a run, and I had to run down. Whenever I follow like before, let me fight and break away. Don't touch me down there. This is what I say, don't touch me down there. If I follow like before, let me fight and down below. Yeah, don't touch me down there. That's from the late Blinky, Sylvester McIntosh. Yeah, that's my family. And I'm at that. Again, listen to the Colby Show on a Wednesday afternoon. I said I didn't come yesterday, but I'm sure to put some music for today. I don't want to dance too much on my car. I want to say, born I talk, you are born on your phone. So I'm open the line to anybody want to call or wish anybody happy Thanksgiving 6 o'clock. I'm the first stream at 6 o'clock. So much history you know. Okay, for the boss near land. So 6 o'clock. Calling after 6 o'clock, we'll get the first triple question. Let me ask some ring by Blinky. Yeah, that's the line ring. Don't forget 6 o'clock. My first triple question for I'll speak for Mr. Armstrong. I got a big scoop. Yes, that's once man. No, thank you want a chance to play. Thank you, Jesus, yours, man. You get on the road now or no? Music in your car, cause all over now. That's a wicked fellow. He be in the color look. Be careful of carnival. Don't look for no boot mark soapy. That's a dangerous fellow there. Friend say. Gatto banca. Sidambal. Yeah, that's the man with many names. That's Kenneth Higa. That's a name for that. It was almost 4 to 6. I said 6 o'clock. I might go 6:15 to Georgia. Well, I'm be until 8. And don't forget when I left Bad Company coming in with his music. I just soften you up. So when he come in, he come mash you up. So he soften you up and then he'll mash you up with his music. So again, don't touch a dial. Bad Company will be here at in the studio. He'll be broadcasting 8 o'clock tonight. It's clap. This is your second song, man. Yeah, that's a great man. Take the Koopman and the sax. You don't understand. You them one quality with the car, they won't come on stage. Why bring the man and bring on the six pack? Mm-hmm. Yep. Who's the kind of carcass down, Mr. Miss Steve, hold it down. We going down the road now. Sam Stram, you dancing on the turn now. Same kind of song I hear from you. At the window and one at the door. And one at the door. You know what? You back again. But we don't want you back again. We use squash music and we don't hear this one called a hat.
Where did you get that hat, my friend? I want one just like that. Where did you get that hat, my friend? I want one just like that. My father always tell me the way you got it this time. Where did you get that hat, my friend? I want one just like that. Where did you get that hat, my friend? I want one just like that. Where did you get that hat, my friend? I want one just like that. My father always tell When you get the hat, my friend, I want one just like that. When you get the hat, my friend, I want one just like that. My father always told me, when you get the hat, my friend, I want one just like that. When you get the hat, my
Good afternoon and welcome to the Colby Show.
Hello.
This is Encarnacion.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't get the command yesterday, so I command to the Valentino, no?
Oh,
You missed out now, we are till 8.
yeah, my son to Cali.
No, I can't remember.
Oh, Cali asked me if I know your number, and I tell you no, I don't have the phone.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah. So today, I need to tune in.
Yeah.
Okay, let me say Encarnacion.
All right,
Good.
okay.
Right.
All right.
friend, I want one just like that. When you get the hat, my friend, I want one just like that. My father always tell me, the way that it is done. When you get the hat, my friend, I want one just like that.
Yeah, that's very good. One of my number one is number son. A couple of them is number one. You know, number two of them, they say, can I sing? I was, let me find my start. So this time going on for you, Gallis Bay. You know what? No problem in Gallis Bay. Mm-hmm. I need to know we live on Gallis Bay. Yeah, but what happened? Yeah. So when I come and ask you, just come in, you go for the kind you can. Yeah, I know. Yeah. So about 5 to 8 we start packing up physical command at 8 o'clock. Okay, then good. But bad, I ain't gonna take the one where they make it speak to. I go take it off, right? The one where I use the mic to talk to you to the radio. Don't let it off. No. Okay. Let's take it out. Okay, good. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's one call. We don't want no trouble in Dallas Bay. So I want to say, don't forget, 8 o'clock, bad company come out to cook. You know, you don't break out down, the kind of stuff. Music, I just want me now up now. If I don't want, but you know, I don't want to get one. I'll be up for the next 2 hours, so I'll be back then. I should get one up. This one call, then someone give out only to build. I ain't said that. That's what the man's answer. Don't cause people symptoms. I don't say I don't build. That's what the song then someone girl. You want to build at all. Yes, sir. Then start and girl. Promise you we don't post Christmas music at 6 o'clock, 6:05. But no, I want to listen to me go now. When you were first to scream no, I want her to tell me. We know when was the first elected governor, right? Evans. Who could call me and tell me the year and the date he was elected? The date, we know was in November. So I give her 2 hints. I want you to give me the date and the year, right? That he was elected as the first elected governor. Call me and you go on the screen for Armstrong today or when you can pick it up. Again, we know that Governor Evans was the first elected governor. Give me an easy question to win on his screen. Give me the year and the date in November when he was elected. That's an easy one. So talk the weather on the screen. So we're going down the road now with James. He said, good morning, good morning. Forget to get the number. The number to call is 773-0390 or 773-0490. So we are back to DMC again. Just call and give me the date. First elected governor at the Boys Island, the date and the year. No. Nah. Don't text my phone and give me the answer. No, text me and give me the answer on the radio. If you rate, I can believe you rate. If you wrong, you're wrong. Your number is 773-0390 or 773-0490. You may get one street call from your side. I speak from your side. Give me the, I give you the month. All I want is the year and the date. Nope. That person text my phone and give me the answer. You can bush. Call the station, man. Don't call me cell. The number is 773-0390 or 773-0490. Tell me what the date and the year we elect our first governor. All I want is the date and the year. Look, man. It's Akitamas Jingle Bell.
Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in one horse sleigh.
Yeah, I'll keep googling and see if I can find the answer, man. All I want is the year and the year and the date in November when we let our first governor. And you go win a big 10 scoop from Mr. Armstrong. And he got a very down there Christmas time. So the number to call is 77303 7730390 or 7730490 and win down is free. We go some 5 months, man. Christmas around. Yeah. What? I can't come for the answer yet. What year did Governor Evans get elected and he did in November? Well, hmm, What? I can't come with a question yet. I can't when I speak. What? You mentioned the radio. I asked my them. Yeah, yeah. I don't know what year. When was our first governor elected? 1970, but I want to know the date. But I don't give them the actual November and I got a year, but give me the date. How about go deep? Think on it. Yeah. All right. Yeah, well, you know. Yeah. Okay then. You got a question on that? Yeah, I want to know the date. I get in November, the year is 70, but I want the date. Somebody take. Yeah, the right time we don't take me answer. No, the guy will ask no, don't take me answer. No when it's up. Yeah, man, good. Yeah, I'll be until 8 o'clock. Yeah. Okay, then good. Good. Well. This question should be hard now. I give out the month, the year. I can find the date or not. What year we like our first governor for the Virgin Island. Anybody can call only the committee in Thomas in Jan. And you and we give to a friend about you. They'll be come off for carnival, but we can't always excuse a lot. So if you want to give to a friend, just give me the date that the governor Evans was elected to be the first elected governor of the Virgin Island. You know how the functional the for that community. Let me hear my down a little bit now, okay? Isn't this man sing the song? Beautiful. It's on the 5 notes.
I'll be so about you.
Yeah, Miss D. Well, they got a broom. Yeah. All right then. Okay then. Right. Oh, come on. I didn't want to. I'll be so blue. Decorations on my dream. Without and when you'll be with your
I'll have to Christmas without you. I'll be so about you. Oh, won't be the same if you're not with me. I'll smile after and when that party after you'll be alright with your
Yeah, you so nice. He sang that song. That's a old music I got for 5 notes, but that song, he sang that song, so that thing funny. You know what I mean? Me John crash the water a little bit, yeah. Milo! Well. It's almost 6:35. I like asking you to with a 10 scoop or a scoop of Big Mac from Mr. Armstrong. Just give me the date we elect our first governor. Give me the month November, the year 1970. Give me the date, man. I'm sleeping over. He has some more million at the king, man. Well. This every day asking I have a question I can get. Wow. We all of us in the financial know we elect our first governor. We know the year. I like asking the date in November. Maybe I'll store again, man. Slow it down so I can relax and think on it. Well.
I'm dreaming, oh, why Christmas, yeah, just like the one that I used to know. It's where the treetops, listen, little true. Kids try to listen to hear their faultless labor that are ringing with this smoke. I want to tell you one more time what I'm thinking about. I'm dreaming. Oh, why I want you to know.
Merry and bright.
One more thing.
And they all
All of your
Well, ask the question again. I like asking you for why did we elect our first governor? Someone noted 1970 November. Aaron, give me the date. That's all I actually found out the date. And you go in and scoop out a screen from Mr. Armstrong on behalf of the show. So now you got talkie, you could eat or scream or talkie, but okay, you have to talk, give the canoe. I show Mr. Armstrong close tomorrow. Now, can't wait till 7 years to go for it. You close tomorrow, you win, give me your name, I tell your name, you pick it up Friday or Saturday. No later than that. I go till Sunday then. Okay? Now we still a meal one the king, Mr. Down the road, let's see, hold it up down next to Tola. It's Clark, you hold it down to Tola.